Monday. My plug is not plugged in. Hold on a minute. Dun 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 dun. It's the Mercury retrograde. Hold on a minute. Okay, we're good. I'm the Great Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, March 9th, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to getting today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap in what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin today, first and foremost, most important question: how are we doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. We're going through the ennui after eclipse cycles. And the thing you have to recognize about this is the energy that we're currently experiencing, and I've been bringing this up. One of the things that always makes me conscientious is when we see a lot of planets that are moving out of Pisces during Pisces season. Why? Because a lot of the energy that we often work through when we're going through Piscean energy is navigating through flow states, right? And so the ability of feeling like there's a lot happening all at once, or a lot of the ability to potentially feel like that space by which it's easy to get carried away, or it's easy to feel like there's a lot happening, that's very much there. Now, you also have to remember, and we talked about this, that eclipses, the way I interpret eclipses don't really bring something new into things, but rather they are amplifiers, right? They help us be able to see things, and often the things that are hard to recognize or identify. It's a lot of that expansive process. And I always talk about this. Everybody's always like the eclipse. I'm never as stressed about the eclipse. It's not the eclipse that I'm worried about as a reader, right? For me, I often notice that it's working through the after point, the afterglow of the eclipse, if you will. I don't know if there's a word for it. I'm going to call it the afterglow of the eclipse, because often that feeling of things kind of settling back into the energetic point that we would experience can create, and the best word I can find to describe it, we don't really have a word for it in the English language, it's ennui, right? Like a lot of that sentimentality, a lot of going through feelings that are hard to place, like what do I do with this kind of energy? So if you're experiencing that right now, and the thing about it, because we got to talk about it, because there's a lot of different things that are happening this month astrologically, recognize the nature of energy is working through the observation of change, right? And when we're able to effectively change or come into that adaptability point, there's possibility that can happen there. But what we want to be, what we want to be conscientious about right now is the space by which we often have a tendency of getting carried away, particularly in the space of emotions or feelings, okay? And the reason I want to bring this up, and I know this is going to sound a little odd, but the energy that we were going through during the eclipse was actually making this particular energy easier. And the reason that is, and this is just to give you your daily reminder of not looking at retrogrades as the cause of issues, right? To be going through an eclipse cycle, but then also to be having a Mercury retrograde at the same time, right? So we're going through a lot of that expansiveness or a lot of that speed, and then having Mercury retrograde, which is often the energy that brings speed to things, moving backwards, right? Or going into retrograde at the same time that we're experiencing the energetic expansion of the eclipse. It kind of balanced it out. It kind of balanced it out. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, yeah, a little bit forward, a little bit backward. Okay, that creates a little bit more of a balanced state. So if you were to say to me, the eclipse wasn't that bad, but now, now what's going on? Well, because we don't have that eclipse energy there that's amplifying it, now it's potentially, it may be feeling, right? You may be feeling like a little bit of that lag. Like there's a lot of things, like a lot of that overwhelm potentially, right? And then feeling the Mercury retrograde for the feeling that by which way one might not feel like you can move fast enough. So I'm going to say this. Okay, look at me when I tell you this. It's the energy. Okay, it's the energy. You are not the only person experiencing it. Okay, I'm just here to remind you, you're not alone in that feeling. We're all experiencing that together. Now, this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on the frequency cycles. And we're going to talk a little bit about it. We're going to talk about it. We're going to start first with, one of the things we're going to, we're going to talk first about the frequency cycles, but we're also going to talk about how this energy may be impacting you depending on what you're in energetic alignment to. Now, one of the major focal points that we're potentially seeing right now, and I want you to kind of recognize this, is working through sentimentality. And the reason that we're potentially seeing that is that over the last few days, particularly on March 6th, we had Venus that moved into Aries, okay? We've had a lot of planets moving into Aries. We got Saturn is moving into Aries. We've got Neptune that's moving into Aries. Now we've got Venus that's moving into Aries. So this can often work into, right, the space by which, and I want to describe it. The best way I can describe it is that many times healing journeys are not desired. They're energetically necessary. Right? Like that's a hard part about healing journeys. And often the space by which often the space by which another person will be like, oh, it looks really good. To be like, thanks, I needed that. Right? It's like the space by which we effectively operate into the space of need, working through the frustration of having to heal in the first place. Right? Like a lot of that energy can sometimes be there. And one of the things that we're also potentially working through right now is, and I keep on describing it, this is a continuation of us working to effectively heal the perceptions that we often carry in relationality to Aries energy, right? Because, and this is the misconception that we often have as it relates to being able to build into, as it relates to building into, I keep wondering, like conditionality versus like creating the right conditions is what I keep on getting. Because here's the thing about it, and I really feel like this is like, and I want to describe, this is the way I'm going to describe this is how it's impacting all of the energy. And understanding this will potentially also help one understand a lot of the volatility that we're experiencing in different ways. When we are too addicted to our healing journey, and yeah, I said the word addicted. When we are too addicted to our healing journey, you'll often notice someone who's too addicted to their healing journey because they feel that their healing journey is the only healing journey. Right? It's like, it's a lot of that my way or the highway that we often recognize. And what brings that inclination out? It's being too deep in the egoic self, right? The observation that if one went through something, then everyone should have to go through it, or the space by which one found healing in one direction, which means if everyone experiences that, then they too will also find the same place within the self. And this is the crazy thing about journeys, right? I can give you a map and you might end up in a whole different location, right? The perception by which we experience something has to be recognized by the personalization point in terms of understanding the power of understanding our own journeys and stories, right? And when we recognize that, then we don't get into that like show me the way so much as it is help me find it, right? It's not the ability to effectively say you have to do it this way, but the ability of helping each other attenuate and understand what we're navigating in order to move towards what we need to do to find what effectively works right for us or works best for us. And the space by which we understand that is often the level of compassion that we bring into our relationships, right? It's the eagerness to understand. It's the delight to learn. But when we don't have that, then we often feel, right? We often feel that everything is counter oppositional to our own journey, right? Like if we experience someone doing something in a different way or having a different perspective, then it's something that feels like it feels like it's confrontational to the self. But that is the sound of an ego that hasn't become integrated within the self, because it's the ego that is volatile, right? The ego is volatile to anything that is not the ego. Whereas the healed ego is often the space by which it's energetically receptive, right? It's the space by which we're understanding or we're eager to explore and know. So we see this is happening in many different ways right now, and that you could be experiencing it in the context of relationship. You could even be experiencing it in the context of the self. Now, for energy that is working through this, and I want to kind of just describe it, the best way to, and I like the fact that even now we're going through a Libra moon, right? Because a Libra moon often talks to us about what it takes to find healthy balance to things, and not, right? Having healthy balance does not require the space of being, right? It's not the space by which we're energetically reactive, but the space by which we effectively work to develop or grow something in a way by which it allows for the expansion of the possibility of the self. Now, when we're working through how this is affecting both relationships and personal energy, it's all that same space, right? I wouldn't be surprised right now, and I want to tell you, like, this is what I meant about this period after the eclipse potentially feeling more rigorous than during the actual eclipse process itself, because a lot of that work that we're potentially facilitating upon or experiencing is the effective continuation of working through the possibilities of that. So if you're going through this right now, and I would encourage you especially to head over to take a look at the Mystic Meditation article that I wrote specifically in relationality to this most recent full moon over on the Stack. I want you to make sure that you're practicing healthy grounding exercises. I want you to make sure that you're practicing healthy communication. If you're feeling a lot of emotional overwhelm at this time, I want you to effectively make sure that you're parsing out how to effectively deal with it. Because, and one of the things I think is very important is working through, and I want to kind of identify, working through what it means to be energetically compelled. And I feel like, especially with this emotionality, especially with a lot of this energy that we're experiencing as we're moving into Aries, the ability to understand or how we navigate a lot of emotion, because, and that's what I keep on getting, there's an emotional overwhelm that we're potentially experiencing right now, because often the Piscean energy navigates specifically in the realm of the emotions. And so, and this is just to show you, um, and just as a continuation of what we were articulating, when we were going through the eclipse process, it was more balanced because we were having an amplification during that Mercury in retrograde cycle. But now that the eclipse cycle is over, it may be feeling like we're going back to just feeling a lot of those emotions. So make sure that the emotions that you're feeling have healthy directions that are attached to them, right? Allowing the emotions to focus, right? Because that's what emotions can do, rather than have the emotions drive one forward towards them. Because that's, and this is often what we see, those with Piscean placements often have to experience this, right? The force of energetic control that we have on feeling a lot of emotions is the difference between feeling like emotionally compelled versus emotionally quelled, right? And what is the difference between emotionally compelled versus emotionally quelled? Emotionally compelled, right, is often doing things because the emotions feel like it, the emotions always make something feel like it's the right thing to do at the time. It's like, but the emotions, when you think about it in a way, when you think of emotions like children, right, then you understand that the ability to feel like the momentary excitability of something is propelled, right? Compelled versus propelled is the space by which you allow it to effectively help build into the energetic plans or the direction that one is trying to move towards, right? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that type of work. So just be conscientious of that, because I would like to say it is going to calm down, but we're still very deep within this Pisces season, and we still have a lot of different planets that are moving around through it, specifically and particularly. We've got tomorrow, we have Jupiter that stations direct in Cancer. And the thing about it, and I want to kind of describe this, Jupiter stationing direct um, may feel a little bit like full moon energy in the context of what we're energetically experiencing. That's the best way I can describe it, because the thing is, you have to remember, Jupiter has been in retrograde for quite some time right now, right? And so there might be a little bit of that amplification process that also occurs in the context of that energy. Now, that is a recap on what we've been seeing energetically, but if you'd like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the cup cards, the court cards in the cup suite. We're going to be studying the symbology of those cards, the history of the cards. I'm also going to be working you guys through spread applications, how to read those cards in any direction that they may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be showing you a unique spread that will help you channel the messages of those cards into your own reading. And all you have to do if you'd like to become part of that tarot class program is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions they may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive, as well as the opportunity of having a one-on-one mentorship class with me. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which will give you updates on everything we've been seeing in the cards on a bi-monthly basis. One of the things I tried to do, I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. All of my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, I am going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. How are we doing today? Good to see you guys, and thank you for getting on the list, Amanda. You'll be the first person on the list today. You'll also have additional card in your reading. How are you doing, Marcia? Welcome, Molly. How you doing, Erin? Thank you as well, Leah and Millar. How you doing today, Rita and Jordan? Hi there, Kay. Good to see you, and thank you for those likes. Welcome, Bridget. Good to see you as well. How you doing today, Creative? And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Yes, we are doing open readings. The list is open, and I've got you on the list, Amanda. Excellent. Nobody chooses healing. You just wrote it to it. I know. It's like it's a lot of that, right? It's a lot of like the difference of being like, oh, like that, like why'd you make that choice? Oh, for need. Wow, you feel so much. Thanks. I've had no choice. Good to see you today, Kay. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you. I've got you on the list, Amanda. Yes, my ex was like this, addicted to their own healing journey and neglectful of others. Sending you support on that journey, Kay. It's not easy. Yes, and usually when people start to heal, they try to get others to heal. Yep, I did it. You'll love it. Follow me. No, you're doing it wrong. I know. How are you feeling, dear? Yeah, I'm glad to be back on our usual time. I will admit I've been that person as well. But here's the thing, right? But I need to point this out, right? The fact that you recognize and identify it is what's beautiful about it, right? Like you should be appreciative of how far you've come, Kay, if that's something that you understand as well. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, dear. And thank you, Shervan, for the follow. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, by all means, please feel free to correct me. Gabrielle, thank you for those heart me's. Oh, peace, love, back to you as well, Manny. Grand Rising, dear. Good to see you today. Lily, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. You'll be the second person read for today. I know, I almost started crying because I felt so much more like myself. I am so happy to hear that, dear. Thank you for the help as well. And guys, please thank Kay for all of their help today, modding. How you doing today, Moon? Good to see you. Grand Rising. Excellent. You're so welcome. And good to see you as well, Nikki. Absolutely. Hold on a minute. Boop, boop, boom. I can't wait either. So we'll be having, so Amanda, we're going to be doing the daily collective first, but you'll be the first person we read once we complete it. Welcome, Avatar. Good to see you as well. How you doing today, Magic? What would you recommend for narrowing down or identifying manifestation goals? That's a great question. Especially, this is exactly the type of work to focus on right now. Some things to identify, and I know it's going to feel counter oppositional to the energy that you're currently experiencing, right? Get the to-do list out, right? Get into planning mode right now. And I know you're gonna, I know what you're gonna say right now. You're gonna say to me, but I've got a lot to do, right? And I'm gonna say, this is how you get it all done, right? The observation, I want to describe this. We need to bring a little bit of Capricorn energy into this. Okay. You got to bring a little bit of that Capricorn energy in. And I know, and this is the thing about it, right? I know you're not going to feel inclined to want to do that right now. You know, I know you're not going to feel inclined to do that, because I'll tell you right now, with like all of this energy moving out of Pisces into Aries, right? The desire or the inclination to activate, right? It's a lot of that. But again, right, like just it says like build into, right? Like build into the ability of just working through something, right? And allowing for that variance of moving towards something in a way by which one is able to effectively, like, I want to say like incremental, right? Take things in increments right now. And if you don't like to hear that, I'm going to say it twice. Okay. We are about to get started on the Daily Collective, which is a free reading for the Greek magic. If you want a card, that we do 1 card readings for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. And just a reminder to those who are joining us across the other apps as well, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. You will be the second person read for. We do here readings on highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. Absolutely. Thank you, Shervon. No, that healing journey talk about ego was so real. Thank you so much, Nikki. If you're too far in your own ego, you won't recognize the fault. Well, and I think that what's interesting about this type of energy right now is like working through falsity that there's only one healing journey. You know, like that is often like that, like that's the ego. That's the ego, like my way, like it has to be this way, right? We have that inclination. But when we come into the space of understanding that each other's journeys are unique, then there's something really beautiful in understanding, in working through that, right? There's an eagerness to understand, not a demand, if that makes sense. You're so welcome, Kay. Oh, don't describe yourself as lazy, Avatar. I want, if you've needed rest, then you've been taking rest, right? I don't like that word. I don't like that. We don't describe ourselves with those terms, right? Like if you've been like working through that, like, you know, like let that help you recognize what you need at this moment. I struggle with going too hard and doing too much always, so learning to rest more, right? And so, like I said, this is a good time to focus on getting done lists it's a good time to kind of make those plans to be able to stay energetically consistent in relationality to what we're doing, and also to help in terms of building through as it relates to the plans around for those around the self as well, right? I know that you're potentially feeling with a lot of this energy, and it's going to potentially get more intense when Jupiter comes out of retrograde tomorrow. So just let that be the modality by which one moves towards things with a sense of proportionality and navigating the emotions with a sense of like compassion, but also direction. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collect. Oh, but that is a perfect example of what I'm talking about, Nikki. You cannot state that you have not been well and then use the word lazy, right? Like, imagine the condition by which you're feeling guilty for taking the time that you need to rest, right? Like, allowing that to, like, that is what I meant about allowing the context of compassion to come in, right? It's not selfish if it's something that you would eagerly give another person, right? It's not selfish if it's something that you would eagerly give another person. So let that effectively fortify you. Thank you for sharing the live, Adina. Good to see you today. Guys, make sure to give Adina some love. Had an absolutely beautiful podcast with them a while back. You can find it, a link to it both on their site and over on my Stack. How you doing today, sister? As I mentioned, we are going to get started. Yeah, you're saying you're literally saying, like, you're literally using. How can you articulate the fact that you feel lazy in the context by which you're still actively healing? That's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Good to see you, Adina. Hope you're being well, and thank you for those heart me, sister. All right, as I mentioned, friends, we're going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. We're doing good. How are you doing today? How is it? We were just talking about this. There's a lot of emotionality right now. We're doing as best as we can, going through a Pisces season with a lot of planets that are moving into Aries. And again, I will say for my Pisces babies right now, make like, it may bring a lot of abandonment wounds rising to the surface, right? Like, this often happens when planets are moving out of your sign during your season, but also kind of working through, right? Like, allowing that to help build into a point of energetic stabilization. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. As I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But before we begin, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the board. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Excellent. All right. And I'm going to, and as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read. But if you would like to get on the list for today, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. And if you guys could do me a favor and share this live right now, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, no better time than the present. No, that one was the boar. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Gray Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, March 9th, 2026. We are going to be starting our read today with a harmonic energy update. We're going to be drawing the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread for today. First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are the High Priestess in its reversal, in combination with our Queen of Cups in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing in these cards, specifically in relationality to how we are effectively experiencing this energy. So one of the things that we're identifying right now is working through the observation of the emotions. Now, one of the things I was trying to articulate before we started today's podcast is we're coming out of an eclipse cycle that was very unique because it was building in to a sense of healthy balance, right? The observation of being able to recognize or identify what creates that sense of energetic balance is often the state or space by which we ourselves are able to effectively navigate or articulate in the realm of our emotions. Now, the thing about it is the best way I can describe this is we're going through a very intense Pisces season. And the reason that there's that intensity in relationality to the Pisces season has to do with the fact that there's a lot of activation that's happening in Pisces as we are experiencing the energy. We've had a lot of planets that have been moving out of Pisces, which can bring up a lot of abandonment wounds or feeling very, very energetically triggered. Now, one of the things to recognize or identify in relationality to that work is the observation of identifying how we effectively feel about things. There could be a lot of wounds from the past that are potentially arising. Now, in this way, when we were going through the eclipse process, it might have actually felt more energetically stable. And the reason by which it may have felt more stable has to do with the fact that as we were going through that, prior to the eclipse season ending, Venus was still in Pisces. Okay, so we had Venus in Pisces before the eclipse ended, and we also had Mercury that was in retrograde. Now, this is just to show you that planets in retrograde aren't always necessarily bad things, because the observation of going through an expansiveness process, working through the eclipse energy, but then as we're going through the eclipse energy, having a bit of the Mercury retrograde, which has a tendency of what? Slowing things down. The Mercury retrograde that we were experiencing through that eclipse was actually potentially creating a sense of balance. So what might be happening right now is as we're moving out of the eclipse, and I like to talk about this here, I'm not necessarily as stressed. I know everybody gets all up in their feels about what happens during eclipse processes. I'm not really worried so much about the eclipse process, so much as I grow concerned in terms of identifying and recognizing what happens after the eclipse process, right? What happens after we effectively work through things? Because there's something to be said about that proportionality or the observation about identifying or recognizing the ability to work through things that allows us to be able to identify and build into things even more. So if you're feeling like this, then I want to describe we're going through a lot of the ennui, like the afterglow of the eclipse process. And we've got Venus that's moved into Aries. So that can often sometimes it often can create frustration or feelings of volatility as it relates to our own progress or our own ability to effectively move through things. So just be conscientious of that, particularly as we're going through this, because I want to describe this. With Jupiter coming out of retrograde tomorrow, right? That can sometimes create even more, right? That can sometimes that can create even more of that amplification. And I want to describe it. Jupiter coming out of Jupiter has been in retrograde for quite some time now. So that observation of feeling that, like I'm anticipating that it might almost feel like a bit of a full moon energy because it's working through a lot of that feeling. And the Jupiter is often, right? Jupiter is often where we hold the sense of the self or the ability to effectively communicate our needs better, right? It's a lot of that observation. Now, as this relates to the energy moving through the frequency cycles right now, we're going to talk first about the energy that's in solitude at this moment. Center card for today's spread is, we have here the Three of Wands in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about this Three of Wands energy here, because the Three of Wands energy that we're identifying is the Three of Wands energy that we're identifying is I kind of like the space by which the space by which we work through circumstances can often create a lot of those feelings of working through things we cannot energetically see or anticipate is the best way I can describe it. And the thing about that as well is when we're working through circumstances or situations by which we feel like we can't describe things, this type of energy often brings up ineffable feelings. That's the best way I can kind of put it. Working through ineffable feelings or having a hard place to put things. This is why I actually said this is why it might be good to kind of embody Capricorn energy right now, because the space by which, right, the space by which we work through a lot of emotionality can often feel like we can go through those emotional overwhelms or those feelings by which a lot of things are happening all at once. But this is the space by which a lot of that emotionality or a lot of that intensity is potentially articulated upon the full force or the full birth of our energetic meaning towards things. Because for a lot of this energy that's in solitude, that observational force that feels directive, right? There's something very important about the journey of understanding. And I like this for a lot of the energy in solitude because, like, I just want to show you these cards in combination. We've got the High Priestess in its reversal. We've got the Queen of Cups in its upright. And then we've got the Three of Wands in its reversal. And so what that effectively says to us is when we are working through circumstances and situations that often create the space by which we don't feel like our emotions are being cared for, right? It can sometimes make us feel that we are energetically out of place in our own experiences. And I feel like that's a lot of the energy, that's a lot of the work. That's a lot of the work that I see some of the energy in solitude working through, right? There's a lot of trauma surrounding. I keep on hearing, like, I almost hear somebody saying your emotions, like your emotions are not good here. And I want to describe this. This is what traumatizing relationships will create, right? The space by which emotions are the space by which our relationships are supposed to exist. And our emotions, as long as we fortify our emotions with healthy direction, then they act as guideposts in terms of identifying and recognizing the direction by which a relationship is going. And so I feel like this is either some energy that's healing in solitude with catharsis, right? And there's a lot of that catharsis that I see there. But the catharsis that we're identifying is the catharsis that articulates upon the sense or the space of having felt like they had to hide their emotions in past relationship, right? Like that's painful. And the observation of the energy working through something and identifying that emotions, right? The place by which our emotions, the relationship should not be a place by which we hide the emotions, but where we're able to energetically reveal the emotions, then that helps us to effectively attenuate in relationality to what it is that we're working through, or what it is that we're working upon. Um, and so I think that's very important to recognize, because that is effectively either what we see is happening for the energy in solitude in terms of healing, but I also see that that's a lot of the energy that's working through something in a big way, because it's the observation of the energy coming into new relationships where I keep on hearing emotionally led partnership, right? They're doing the hard work to communicate upon the emotions, because I keep on seeing it's a continuation that says as long as our emotions carry healthy directions with it, then the emotions act as shield for the places that we're not supposed to be, right? And so this is a lot of I like this because I feel like that's a lot of the relationships that are holding those emotions carefully, right? They're almost like they're healing their relationship to their emotions in the process of coming into partnership. Now, moving deeper into the relationships, we're going to be reading into the relationships that are coming into union. And these are effectively the relationships that were coming together between the time of the Capricorn new moon that we experienced around January 18th up until September 6th of this year. So that was around the time that Uranus stationed retrograde. And these are effectively what we have been identifying as the moon partnerships. And the reason we've been identifying them as moon partnerships is they were working through a lot of the lessons of the moon card in the context of coming into partnership. These two cards to clarify here, are the Lover's card in its reversal in combination with the Tower card in its reversal. So let's talk a little bit about what we're seeing as it relates to those energies, because for a lot of those energies, what we're effectively identifying has a lot to do with working into the conversation or the adaptability of being able to identify or amplify what one is working to heal. And I feel like there's something very important about those moon relationships that we're seeing, because I'm getting the sense that there's a lot of emotions that are opening up. And the one thing I want to describe with some of those moon relationships, and I think I was telling you this, a lot of those moon relationships are healing from experiences by which they could not figure out what wasn't working in past relationship, and now they're coming into the profound understanding of what was energetically missing in past relationship as it relates to connection in present partnership. And what do we effectively see is happening in those experiences, specifically and particularly? A lot of that work that we're identifying there is effectively the understanding. And I keep on seeing this. These are relationships by which in the past, they're very, very purpose driven. These relationships, these individuals in these relationships, they carry their purpose with a sense by which it feels like it's broken past partnership, right? And I keep on seeing the modality by which relationships were experienced, by which somebody started talking about the purpose almost as in like almost like a third person, like almost like third party energy, and another person saying like my purpose is not third party, it's part and parcel, is what I keep on getting, right? Somebody saying my purpose is not third party, it's part and parcel. These are relationships that are finally in connection with someone that gets that. And that's why there's a lot of emotionality that's coming up in those experiences, because these are the relationships that are recognizing that if there were situations by which they move towards where the desire, the purpose by which another person held was the reason another person aspired to move towards them, but then in the same direction, that same opposition or that same modality of feeling created the space by which, right, it created the space by which that same energy then said that that was the thing that was breaking the relationship. These are relationships that are recognizing that they're healing, right? They're healing from integrity wounds, right? That the problem was never the purpose, but the lack of integrity in relationality to, right? In relationality to how the other person held or carried their sense of purpose. So I keep on getting, it's an emotional time, right? The relationships feel fortified, but they're also feeling very volatile potentially as it relates to past experiences that they feel like they'd moved on, potentially felt like they'd moved on from, but feel like they're coming back towards them with the understanding through the clarity and optics of what they're currently finding in partnership. So there's a lot happening there. And I see like the energy is just kind of taking the emotions as they arrive. Now, this brings us to the energy that is deep within divine union. And these are the temperance relationships. And we're identifying the temperance relationships as the relationships or the partnerships that were coming together between the time of September 6th up until, which was around the time that we had Uranus go into retrograde, up until the solstice period that we experienced this summer. Clarification between the High Priestess and its reversal and the Queen of Cups. One card to clarify, please. Darn that two, man. Here's the thing about it. A two of wands in its reversal with a three of wands in its reversal, really, it can really get to the self. And I want to point this out. The thing that we're identifying that's happening here, particularly and especially as it relates to those temperance relationships, is I keep on getting, it's the observation of, I feel like I feel like a lot of this energy that is deep within deep within divine union right now is working on, I keep on getting, it's like it's a lot of that, like there's like a wait a minute kind of energy there, right? There's a healthy resistance to things, right? And I think that that's interesting because that healthy resistance that we build into things is the healthy resistance that we build into things is effectively how we articulate or how we how we calibrate. And I keep on hearing healthy resistance is calibration in the best way possible, because it's working through something. It's working through something in an attenuated way by which one is able to articulate upon how one feels, but also being very, I keep wondering, but also being very firm, right? And I feel like that's what's coming through with a lot of that temperance energy, which is the articulation of saying compassion comes in many different forms, right? And that's what's hard about it, because, and I want to point this out, um, the state by which, how do I describe this? Because it's most difficult for me to read right now for the energy deep within divine union, and the best way I can describe it is when we have compassion for each other, right? We're protective of one another, right? Which it's the observation, like you'll often notice this, right? The observation of the demands outside the self that are not being navigated empathically. And you'll often, and I keep on hearing this, right? Like it's interesting because it has something to do with the word, like with the word selfish is what's coming through, because you can't articulate the word selfish without first articulating what one is asking for, right? You'll often notice that we throw the word, we throw, you'll often hear the word selfish that's thrown a lot around a lot. But when you utilize the word selfish, you have to get introspective, right? When another person uses the word selfish, you have to become energetic detective to a certain extent, because often it's the identification in what another was expecting, right? Like selfish is only equal to expectation. And often, right, you'll often notice that, like often you'll notice that the energy throwing the word selfish around. You ever notice? Because, and we've talked about this. We were actually reading a lot about this when we were doing the non-binary reading a few days, like weeks ago, right? That what often happens, that the sound you will literally hear, right? The sound that you will literally hear as you're moving away from a traumatizing situation is that your healing journey is selfish, right? Right? You're being very selfish right now. It's like, yeah, you hear that word a lot, right? Because, um, you know, selfless, selfless and selfish are very close together. And when another person, right, and I keep on seeing, we shouldn't have to be, we aren't selfless for each other, right? That everything we do should be heavily centered in the self in the best way possible, right? Which means, right, we don't ask each other to do something that causes each other energetic pain, right? It's the observation of being able to navigate things in proportional ways that help us to identify and recognize what feels stabilizing. So I see that for a lot of the energy facilitating upon that work, that observation, right? I keep on hearing the difference between attenuating between, right? The attenuating towards, often when someone's saying that you're being selfish, that they're often saying you're not being selfless enough, right? Healthy compassion is not the space by which one has to abandon the self, right? It's a space by which one steps even more into the self as one does something, right? And so I think that it's interesting that that's coming through for a lot of the energy that's deep within divine union, because it's the observation of what it feels like to be stable in that way, right? It's the observation of being able to recognize and identify the shape of that work. Now, continuing to get clarification between our Queen of Cups and the Three of Wands in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now, and we're moving back towards the world partnerships. And so the world, one of the things that we see with a lot of the world relationships has to do with, and I want to just, it's interesting too. And the reason we're identifying the energy that's currently moving into relationship working through world issues, is because these are the focal points of a lot of the attenuation that we see with this card. Um, the world relationship or the world card is often a card that navigates healthy expansion of the self, right? It's building into it's like the world card is an expansion card. And when we're working into the energetic expansiveness of the self, it's often articulated or identified in relationality to not only how we're trying to do something, but the way that we energetically, the way that we often, and I want to just describe, I feel like that this is the most important thing to identify. The hardest thing about finding one's space is often having to go through the journey of feeling out of place, right? And it's a shame that it's a shame, right? It's frustrating that we have to go through that. But this is why being able to feel reasonable or in the space by which we care about the self, that we often find what we're energetically looking for, because it's the difference between fitting in and fitting out is what I keep on getting. And that's what I'm effectively seeing that's happening in some of these relationships, right? Like I literally hear that the world relationships are having conversations about the difference between fitting in and fitting out, right? And what does that effectively mean, right? When you're worried about fitting in, right, then often it's a space by which you're saying, like, what do I have to change about the self in order to effectively fit in more? And the thing is, there's no room in the crowded space of fitting in, right? Imagine a space by which everybody is worried about fitting in. And so they're all like, you're just making yourself smaller and smaller and smaller, right? And so everybody's there trying to fit in, and it feels, right, it feels awful crowded in there, right? It's the space by which we work towards things. And when we're fitting out, right? When we're fitting out, we expand more. Which, like when we're fitting out, then it's not. It's like, it's okay. Like sometimes we're in energetic alignment with others, and sometimes we're not, and that's okay, because we recognize and identify that the way that we think about things is beautiful, and that observation, right? The ability of effectively recognizing or feeling that attenuation point, right? Like that modality by which we work through, right? When we work through the possibility or the profound beauty of our differences, like what happens there? We find a celebration point. And that's what I keep on seeing, right? The fitting out point is the celebration of differences, right? It's the modality by which we recognize and we rejoice in those qualities. So I feel like there's something really beautiful about that, because I almost see some of these relationships, either these are energies that I wouldn't be surprised if there's some energy in solitude right now that feels somewhat out of place. But that's because they're embracing, right? They're embracing the quality of their own uniqueness. And at the same time, I see that some of those relationships, right? Some of those relationships that are coming together at this time, they're talking, right? They may even be talking about the fact that they're healing. They're healing from relationships. And this is the hard part. When we try to conform, it feels like we perform, right? When we try to conform, it feels like we perform. So I like this because it's almost the energy taking accountability for the modality by which they may have felt, right? They may be articulating upon a relationship in the past by which and this is why we have to be conscientious. The space by which we long to be in relationships should be longing for the space by which we feel like we are home, not the space by which we feel like we want to like do everything possible to be in connection with another person. Because when that happens, what happens, right? The desire to, this is why it's so unhealthy to look at each other as possessions, right? Even the context, even the context, and we have to kind of arrive to this point. And I know nobody wants to have this conversation, but the identification point that there is a person for you is by its very nature a possessive and egotistical quality or characteristic, because it's looking towards outside energy as possession. And we are not each other's possessions, we're each other's gifts. And when we recognize and identify the gift that we are when we arrive to each other, and this is what I effectively see a lot of the energy in solitude doing, then it's the observation of not building into the pathwork of looking for someone. It's looking for the self. Look for the self, right? This is the energy that says, if I want to find the person that's for me, I better get really comfortable with the person that's here. Because the more comfortable I am with the person that's here will help me find the person that loves this person. Because you can't find someone that loves this person if you're not in the business of loving the self at every given moment, right? And it's the hardest thing to do. It's the hardest thing. It's really hard. I know. I'm not saying it's easy, but this is the energy. Like, look at the energy in solitude right now, right? They're working through that energetic journey, right? They're working through that energetic journey, and it's a little bit, right? A little bit every day, right? Now let's move back into those moon relationships. Clarification between the Three of Wands in combination with the Lover's card and its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Strength card in its upright. So what are we seeing with the Strength card in its upright? The Strength card in its upright, and I got to describe this. These moon relationships right now, the thing about it is, and I just want to describe, I feel like they're going through they're very, very happy right now in relationship, right? I literally see situations and circumstances by way of identifying and working through something. And I keep on getting that there's something very significant. There's something very significant about those strength relationships, because this is why I see, like, this is the energy. It's saying, like, I can see a lot of energy right now that may be going through a moment by which they're saying, how are you feeling? And they're saying, I'm overjoyed. I'm overjoyed and I'm filled with rage. Is what I keep on hearing. It's literally, they're going through an expansive process. And the expansion that they're going through is feeling simultaneously overjoyed and filled with rage. But why do we see that they're potentially feeling overjoyed and filled with rage? Because found, right? I keep on saying they found a relationship, right? These moon relationships have found a relationship by which they finally experienced true love. It's the true love by which the energy that they're in relationship with does not perceive their purpose as third party, right? And the observation that is happening is bringing a lot of energetic feelings up, potentially and especially as it relates to recognizing that they didn't realize that they were carrying an integrity wound around, right? Like, I keep on seeing a lot of that energy going all this time, right? I see this energy going all this time. Like, this is the energy going, oh, here's me and my purpose that breaks things, right? This is the energy that's going, here's me, here's the energy going, here's me and my purpose that breaks everything that I bring it into, right? Until they're finally in a space by which another person holds their purpose as carefully as they do, right? And that observation of feeling the alignment, of finally coming into a relationship by which It's not like someone is as protective of, right? They're as protective of their purpose as they are their own. They're recognizing for the first time that a lot of those experiences in the past were actually them continually having wounds of integrity occurring, right? And the wounds of integrity, what is an integrity wound? An integrity wound, when we have integrity, our yeses stay yeses and our no's stay no's, right? We stay consistent. So the ability of potentially having to heal from relationships by which another person articulated that they were fine, that they were fine with another person's purpose, but then somehow literally I see this energy going, yeah, the energy said that they were fine with my purpose, and then suddenly my purpose was the reason that they weren't fine, that the purpose was getting in the way of the partnership, right? This is a lot of the energy that's saying when you're in the right relationship, you can have both, right? The relationship you can hold both with, you can have both in both hands. You can have purpose and partnership so long, right? So long as you're mutually invested upon that. So we see that that's a lot of the relationships that are working through that, but there's a lot of feelings that are coming up because they're observing something from the past that they couldn't see before. Temperance relationships, Lover's card and the Tower card in its reversal is the Ace of Wands. Um, you know, I don't know. There's something to be said, and I got to point this out. Um, I feel like it's interesting because something that I'm observing in relationality to like in relationality to something that we're seeing that we're working through in relationality to energy deep within divine union is, there's something about navigating the space, like the space of joy is what I keep on getting. And the thing about it is, and I like to point this out, um, there there's there's something very intriguing about the ability. I keep on hearing it's the conversation that we navigate as it relates to as it relates to finding joy in things. And I like to point this out, and it's almost saying to me there's something very beautiful there in terms of working through um, what we identify as like the word I keep on hearing is surprise. But like the thing I keep on getting with, and I want to point this out, and this is the saddest thing about it, right? I feel like there's some energy right now in divine union that is healing. They're healing their relationship um, to surprise, right? And this is the hardest thing that happens with trauma, right? Because when we navigate trauma, you'll often notice that energy that's navigated deep trauma does not like surprises, right? Like there's pain there because it's almost like the space by which another person identifies that there's like it's the work by which another person has hurt them, or the context by which another person has wounded them in the space of effectively arriving to something, and something that I see that's happening there is um, there's something about working through the gentleness of delight, and a lot of that work that we see that is being attenuated there, um, like has to do with, like, I keep on hearing the longing for a delightful surprise, right? Like the gift that we often try to build into for each other. And it's hard, right? Because it often works to the space by which it often feels like like, and I like to point this out, like joy is the balm of dread, right? Like when we're working through circumstances, then the joy we create is the gift that we bring forth to each other. And we do that, right? And I keep wondering, we find the joy for one another at every moment because it's observing or identifying um, like how we effectively navigate or recognize that. So I see that for a lot of the energy working through things right now, it's the identification of effectively trying to arrive to points of joy. And even in the modality by which one is working towards that joy, right? It's the space by which I keep wondering, it's the space by which we let go, right? We let go of the need of feeling like we perpetually have to overcorrect, or the space by which we work through our own feeling of perfectitude, right? Because like trauma often tries to create the falsehood, right? Like this is what happens with trauma. Trauma comes into the space of trying to create control and saying, if you were perfect, this wouldn't be happening, right? Like that is the lie that trauma often likes to dictate, right? Like if you were perfect, this wouldn't be happening. But the modality by which we are effectively able to navigate and recognize how we effectively help each other is the observation of being able to effectively um, perpetually give each other those moments of shared love, right? It's the equal care that we bring into things that fortifies upon our own determination. And so I feel like there's a lot of that there. And something about that force of effort or something about that observation of the state by which we articulate it. I just keep on seeing it's beautiful and it's profound, but it's also, I keep on hearing, it's also really difficult because so much of that work that we see is amplified by how we try to do something or work through something as well as we possibly can. Now, continuing to get clarification between our Two of Wands in its reversal and the World card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Nine of Pentacles in its reversal. And so what we effectively see with the Nine of Pentacles in its reversal is the identification point of, and this is moving us back to the energy that's in solitude, the observation or the understanding that how we effectively articulate and identify our own uncertainty is often fortified by the space by which we move towards meaning. And so I think that this is really beautiful because what we're effectively identifying for a lot of the energy that's in solitude right now is working through, I feel like it's a conversation about working through situations or circumstances by which they themselves have felt energetically out of place, or the modality by which they effectively operate or navigate to try to do something in a way that they haven't done it before. And so I want to show you the cards that we're effectively seeing for a lot of those energies that are building into those relationships at this time. Because for a lot of those situations or circumstances, I simply see that these are the relationships by which they're saying that they're doing something that they've never done before. And what they're doing that they've never done before is they're being honest about their emotions, right? And that's the space by which I keep on seeing, like they're going through the same journey that say, if one is being honest about their emotions, right, as long as your emotions have healthy directions attached to them, then the emotions are the highest form of protection. Because if you're being energetically honest right? And another person is reactive to that. Well, that's informative. That's information. That's a good thing to know, right? Rather than building into, right? We should never go into spaces by which we feel that we have to curtail our emotions about things, right? And that doesn't mean that we have to be emotional, right? Because our emotions give us directions. And the ability to articulate upon the emotions is how we effectively do something even greater. And so, for a lot of that energy, doing that work, articulating upon those journeys, and not just articulating upon those journeys, but being able to amplify and articulate the full breadth by which they themselves feel profoundly, um, deeply, right? These are the relationships that are working to heal from relationships by which it didn't feel like there was room for their emotions. Now, continuing to get clarification between the World card in its reversal and the Strength card in its upright, and this is moving us to those relationships that are coming into union right now. Center card for today's spread, we have here the King of Cups in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing with that King of Cups energy in its reversal? We've got a lot of that energy there that's effectively, and I want to describe this, and this is what we talk about, like a lot of what we're experiencing with this Pisces season is working through, right? Working through the emotionality that sometimes feels overwhelming, right? Often we're going through Pisces season, and I want to describe this too because we're moving towards a new moon that is going to feel very similar, to a full moon because it's a double Pisces moon, right? It's a Pisces new moon in Pisces season. So it's a lot of emotions, but then with the new moon energy, so it's like the emotional cleansing of the emotions, right? The emotions that effectively allow the context of being able to purify things, or the space by which we're able to effectively articulate in our emotions in ways that feel energetically profound. So I feel like there's something very beautiful about a lot of that work because I just keep on seeing that there's something very, it's a very expositive moon, right? It's a very creative moon. A Pisces new moon, a double Pisces new moon in Pisces season can feel incredibly inspired and creative. So I feel like it's the space by which we allow that to move us into positive places, not negative ones. And you'll often notice this, right? Because when we have a lot of emotions, but we're too deep in our ego, then we often feel like we have to, that others are responsible for our emotions, right? We try to energetically hand them off to each other, right? They're like, these are um like these are your emotions. Here, you take them. You know what I mean? Like you take them. But the space by which we effectively articulate upon them is the space by which we're able to effectively truly amplify how we energetically feel about them. And I want to point this out, like especially with a lot of the energy that we're seeing here. I think that this is very healing. Like I keep on getting, for a lot of those moon relationships, they're going through a very healing season. But the healing that's coming through has to do with an emotional like overflow. And the overflow that's happening is as a direct result in being able to find something in partnership that is recontextualizing the experience of the past in a profound way. So there's a lot of feelings there. And I feel like a lot of that emotionality is potentially like even being emotional with counterpart, and counterpart being like, is everything okay? Being like, yes, what I'm feeling right now has nothing to do with you, has everything to do with the observation that I've been carrying an integrity wound this whole time, right? That they had experienced an integrity wound. Now, continuing for the energy deep within divine union, we got the Strength card and the Ace of Wands. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Nine of Swords in its upright. And the Nine, I got to describe this. A lot of this energy that is deep within divine union right now, I keep on seeing it's trying to find a place find a place to put complicated feelings, is what I keep on getting. And I want to describe this. The word that keeps on coming through when I'm reading right now for the energy deep within divine union is working through others' presumptions, right? And what do I mean by working through others' presumptions? Trauma tries to put words in our mouth, right? Trauma tries to put words in our mouth, which is the observation of saying one thing and another person contextualizing something in an entirely different way. We've all experienced trauma like that, right? The modality by which we articulate and amplify, right? Like it's a lot of that. It's a lot of that type of energy. And you'll often see this, right? The modality by which we don't, right? The modality by which we don't, when we care about things, we don't energetically twist upon them, right? But the space by which this energy has often had to go through experiences by which they themselves have had to carry trauma in relationality to energy that tries to twist things, right? And this is what I keep on getting with it. That often that modality of being able to effectively identify or recognize, like I see a lot of that. I feel like I see a lot of that energy, like even that, like even that feeling of energetically stretching. And I always like to point this out, like the limitation, the difference between the difference between kindness and weakness is the proportionality by which we articulate, like the space by which we hold presence for each other, right? And what do we mean by we hold presence for one another? When we hold presence for one another, then we effectively amplify and articulate the fact that our presence is an energetic gift, right? It's the modality by which we identify that. And so the work that we see that we do upon that, and I feel like that's what's happening for a lot of these relationships, is they're getting much better at building into the power of presence. And what do we mean by the power of presence? Because it's the observation that when you're doing everything you energetically can, right? And another person says, "Why can't you do more?" Often the answer is because of that. Because of that. What I'd like to present to you, exhibit. What I'd like to present to you, right? Because it's the observation, right? It's the observation of being energetically respective, right? It's the observation of being energetically respective, not building into correctiveness, right? So it's the work that we do that effectively articulates and amplifies that. So I feel like there's something really important for some of the energy, like in those modalities, because I feel like they're finding their capacity for things in the best way possible, right? And the capacity I see that they're bringing into circumstances or situations has to do, right, with situations and circumstances of that nature, right? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of that context of It's a lot of that context of profound, deep understanding and experience, but also the exploration of that, right? It builds into that profoundness. Now continuing to move back towards the energy in solitude, clarification between the Nine of Pentacles in its reversal with the King of Cups in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Five of Swords in its reversal. And so what are we seeing with that Five of Swords energy in its reversal? The Five of Swords energy in its reversal talks to us about the observation of, I keep on seeing a lot of this energy right now is being into relationship via looking back at the past. And I like this because this is the energy that's very eager to talk about it. But they're talking about it in a healthy way, right? And what is the difference? How do you hold the past correctly? You talk about it, but you don't long for it, right? That you talk about it respectively. You hold it, right? You hold it energetically sacred. Sacredly, but not longing, right? Sacred, but not longing. And why do we see sacred, but not longing? Because sacred, but not longing is building into the context of the present, which is looking at something, like looking at one's journey sacredly, but not having a desire to return back to something, because it's the observation of the energy that is staying very, I keep on hearing, that's building into the context that the present is a gift, right? There's a lot of that observation that we see. So I feel like that's a lot of the energy that is, I keep on seeing, getting very good at anchoring. They're improving upon their ability to anchor into the present. And that is the greatest gift that we can give to the present. Because when we're heavily anchored in the present, right, we're not longing for the past, and we're not overbuilding into the future, but we're just being very energetically present in relationality to what it is that we're trying to do at this moment. So we've got a lot of that energy that's working through that right now. And I see that there's a lot of that proportionality there, but the proportionality that we're observing is the energy that is finding, right? Like they're finding their energetic stable, like they're finding their stability, right? And I think that that's really important, because I just keep on seeing that some of this energy in solitude are healing. Like, I don't know why, but I keep on getting like some of these relationships. I keep on hearing some relationships, some energy is addicted to longing. And I need to point this out. This is how this energy is entering it, right? They're saying longing free relationship, which is saying like not, and we're gonna get into this now, okay? Because now there's an alignment point that's happening between the energy in solitude and the energy deep within divine union. Clarification between King of Cups in its reversal with that Nine of Swords in its upright. Yeah, there's that four, of Pentacles, right? You gotta be very wary of. Here's the thing about it. Longing. I keep wondering, longing for things isn't doing things. Like, that's what I keep on hearing. Longing for things isn't doing things. And I want you to realize this is why. Okay, and this is okay, this is so tangled up, but let me walk you through this. There's some energy right now. Like I feel like I see some energy. Remember when I said some energy that is coming into relationship, that's realizing and recognizing that they're healing? They're healing by having a relationship by which another person holds their purpose with the same sense of respect as they hold their own, because there's like the space by which and this is why this energy was so long to come into relationship, right? Because I almost see somebody that almost like was working through partnership by someone saying like, I long to be with you, and someone saying like, no you don't, right? Like someone being like, no you don't, right? Because they're holding their purpose being like, no you don't, you see, like you see the energetic ideal of what you believe, like you're in the fantasy of looking at what this purpose is rather than what it takes, right? And having experienced wounds before, right? And the observation of a relationship by which another person comes in and articulates the fact that they're energetically respective, but then they can't navigate the space of being within it. And so that's the modality by which the energy has gotten very, like I feel like they've gotten very used to, right? Working through the point by which they move away from things. And that's why I see that for a lot of these moon relationships, what's happening right now that feels extremely profound and beautiful is the observation of finding something by which they're able to flourish more, right? They're like they're holding each other in a way that feels energetically respective and receptive. And even in the modality by which they're doing that, right? They're finding those possibilities, and those possibilities are creating points of energetic expansion. But even in the modality by which they're experiencing those points of expansion, I keep on seeing there's a lot of feelings that are coming up as it relates to the past, by which they they're working towards the fact that the longing never stopped, right? Like they were in a relationship with another, but it felt like the longing never stopped, because it's almost like the energy that said, first they effectively longed for me, and then they effectively longed for me to move away from my purpose, moving closer towards them. And that's the modality by which it says, like when we're in integrated relationships, we accept the whole of a person. We don't try to separate out between, we don't try to find the space between their purpose and the person, right? They're one and the same. So that's why I feel like that's a lot of the energy that feels like they're integrating more, because they're finally in a relationship by which they feel they can do that. But there's a lot of wounds that are coming up by which it feels like they were in a relationship with someone being like, you're perfect except for that purpose. Let's see if we can just separate you away from that. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like the energy that like feels that feeling. And even in the modality by which they feel it, like they're beginning to heal it, but it hurts because they can see it more now. Final card for today's spread, and this is for the energy deep within divine union. Five of Wands in its reverse, swords in its reversal, in combination with that Four of Pentacles in its upright. We've got the Page of Wands in its upright. This Page of Wands has been coming up a lot. And I feel like the thing with the Page of Wands that we're seeing here, and I need to point this out, I feel like there's something, really important that's happening for a lot of that energy deep within divine union. And I don't know why, but it's like it's, how do I describe this? It's working through, like it's where I keep on hearing, it's like it's a lot. The thing I keep on describing this as is ready and steady, right? Like that's the thing about it. And the thing is, like when you're ready and steady, it's not the space by which you long to be. It's something that you find within the self, right? And I like to describe, like, especially what we've got right now is like, particularly when we have like Venus in Aries next to Saturn and Neptune, ready and steady is effectively the identification point that we work through in terms of being able to identify how we feel, right? But also not becoming, I know this is going to sound a little different, not becoming too enamored with the way we feel, if that makes sense, right? Not becoming too enamored with the way we feel. Because the thing is, everything, like, I need to point this out, everything is addictive. Okay, like everything is addictive, and you can also be addicted to feelings. Okay, you can also be, right. You can also be addictive to feelings, and when we think about it in that way, then when we identify ready and steady, we understand that our feelings, right, our feelings move through us, and we remain within them. Right? We observe the feelings. We don't become. We are not, right. And this is what's important about it. We are the stewards of the things that we feel, right? When we think about that, then when we think about, right, the words that we need to navigate, especially with energy like this, is healthy stewardship, right? And what does it mean by healthy stewardship? Which is the modality by which we effectively feel the things we do. And then we find the ability to be strong in those feelings. And that's not something that we do for ourselves. That is the gift that we give to each other at every single moment, right? At every single moment, we find the ability to be that steadying force. Because what is more beautiful in the shape of love than to create that steadiness for each other, right? And that feeling of steadiness, when we think about love as an act of steadying, then we see that as the greatest gift that we can give to every situation, right? To our relationships, to our professions, to everything that we care about, right? Because that becomes the work that we do. And it's not easy, right? The emotions sometimes feel like they get in the way of that. The situations around us feel like they get in the way of that. And I feel like that's what and again, I'm not surprised to see that coming through with a lot of those temperance relationships, because that is the work that I see that they're doing for one another, and not just for themselves, but for everyone around the self. But even in the modality by which they're doing that, they're articulating, right? And this is the hard part about it. You will literally be navigating situations, doing everything you can to be a steadying force. And then the modality by which you're working to be a steadying force, another person says, why can't you do more? Right? Right? The observation of putting that effort in, right? The space by which it's energetically observable, right? Is often, it's often like that's sometimes the moment where like, I okay. Okay. Right. It's like, it's building into, right. And like, that's literally like, I can just see the energy going like, so it's just sometimes like you can't, that's what we talk about. You can't, like, sometimes you can't, like, when you see that, you just go, okay, what else are you gonna say? What else? Like it's a, hold on. Right. Like it's like, it's that, because, right, there's a word for that, right? Which is like, it's the observation of being able to identify. Bottom of the deck, yeah, there it is, right? The nine of wands. The nine of wands in its reversal, right? And I like to point this out. I keep on hearing the difference between empowering and giving more power to things, right? The difference between empowering and giving more power to things, which is often, and you'll often, like, you'll like, this is what happens, right? What does the ego say? And this is why we have to be very conscientious about. The ego says, give me, right? Like, the ego always wants to say, gimme, gimme, gimme. And when we recognize that quality and tendency, we immediately start to heal the ego, right? Because we can't be in a constant feeling that something is always missing, right? Because when you're going through, right, when you're going through the feeling that something is always missing, then that is articulated or expressed outside of the self as perpetual neediness, right? It's like that's how others experience it. So you'll go around through your experience being like something's missing, and everybody else is experiencing that as neediness. But when we answer the call, right? When we stop looking around to ourselves and saying, "Oh, what's missing? Oh, here I am. Here I am." Right? When we don't look at that and go, "What's missing?" and say, "What do I need to bring to this situation?" Right? What do I need to do? Right? How can I make this, how can we make this better? Then we understand that attenuation point is there so that we answer the call towards it, right? We don't follow the neediness by the nose. We pay attention to what it's asking for, right? Because that is the sound of us working in collaboration with the universe that says, hey, I could use your help with this. Use your help with it. Right? Right? Instead of being like, instead of looking around being like, where's the neediness go? Right? It's the space by which we allow it to grow. So if you're feeling like that right now, like I want you to kind of work through that, right? Don't become obsessed with what's missing. Become enamored with what could arrive through the presence of the self at every moment. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, please keep in mind it's a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a private reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the court cards the court cards in the Sword Suite. Our next class will be held on Thursday, March 19th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a study on the court cards in the Cup Suite. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid subscriber, monthly subscriber to my Stack, you will have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I try to do with these classes is make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on what we've been seeing in the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we navigated. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest for today. And thank you so much, Bridget. You came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else, would care to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing a giveaway. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. And just reading over back up on some of the comments. I know the butterflies were beautiful. Thank you for those gifts. And congratulations. Thank you for joining our fan club, sister. And thank you for posting, Matthias. Thank you as well, Mel, for the follow. Mel, to get a reading, all you need to do is head over to my link, my bio. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Excellent. Thank you for the help, Kay. I appreciate you. And thank you for the gift, Atomic. January and February of this year, what we were looking at in relationality to those moon relationships was between January and September. So anything after the 18th, we've been identifying as world partnerships. So they're more focusing on the messages that we see in the world card. I hope that helps, dear. Great. Excellent. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Being kind without being kind to oneself isn't kindness. That's a beautiful, well, I mean, I think that there's something important to be identified in relationality to that. You know, and this is what's hard about it. Like the space by which we learn to be kind to ourselves helps us to effectively heal circumstances or situations, right? But it's hard, right? Because what does trauma dictate? Like, how dare you sit there being kind to the self, right? Like that's often what we see in trauma situations. Yeah, I like that as well. Full of self. Excellent. It is. I didn't think it would apply to me, but me and Mike were literally having a conversation about fitting in. Oh, that's wild. Absolutely. Thank you as well, Dana. And Pastor, thank you for the follow. But there is one person. Thank you for the follow, dear. I kid. Yes, that's my experience. Thank you as well, Minnie. It means a lot to stay consistent, and yeses mean yeses. Exactly. But that's how we heal trust, right? Like, that's the hard part about it. When we haven't experienced integrity, it's hard to trust in that way. Mm-hmm. Blows my mind. But here's the thing about it, right? Like but that's the observation, right, Kay? Like the space by which you're navigating a situation by which you see someone who's treating you with respect, that's helping you recognize how you weren't being energetically respected. Oh, you're so welcome, dear. I'm so glad that these messages help. Aries, Sun, Gemini mood, I get it. Yeah, not sure which part of my chart is a perfectionist. We need a rainbow here. Absolutely. That's right. Rainbow could help us with that. You have a great, thank you for also receiving these messages, Kelly. Just bear with me. Hi there, Trevor. Thank you as well. And thank you for reposting, Trevor. I appreciate you. You're so welcome, Erica. Dream interpretation, Erica, all you need to do is send a donation. And when you send the donation, you can include the information about the dream in the notes when you send it. Absolutely. Hold on a moment. Yes. Still using your eyeballs. You're so welcome, Erica. And thank you for also receiving these messages. Live the longing life too long. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're healing from it. This continues and unravels at the same time. Well, I mean, I think it also can articulate it coming together, right? And thank you for reposting, dear. Oh, hold on a moment. Do you think it's healthy for manifestation goals to change upon meeting someone new? Absolutely. But you know, the one thing I want to, like, the one thing I want you to, like, the thing you have to understand, right? And this is what we have to recognize with the nature of healthy manifestation, right? Healthy manifestation goals, you'll probably arrive to new manifestations as you're moving towards a manifestation goal, right? Like it's very interesting because this is what we talk about in relationality to the journey, right? The journey by which we arrive to things is never one by which we feel entirely complete, right? This is why we have to be very conscientious about not saying I'll be happy when this happens, right? Because it's like our manifestation goals are a BYOJ situation, right? We bring our joy with us. We bring our joy with us as we navigate those manifestation goals, right? The more that we effectively work towards them is the space by which we find the joy upon having them. And so a lot of that work that we see is effectively the articulation or the amplification of what it feels like to be able to work in that capacity, right? There's a sense, there's like a sense of profound belonging that we find in terms of working through that, because it helps us identify where we're effectively trying to work through, right? So I think that it's actually very natural. Like if you're going through a maturation process as you're building into a manifestation goal, it's very natural for those manifestations are going to change as you're moving towards it, right? Because is it the question by which a manifestation is, I think the important thing to identify is the difference between a manifestation goal that is changing versus evolving, right? Because that is the difference, right? Sometimes we move towards a manifestation goal and say, you know what, I don't think it's energetically for me. Sometimes we move towards a manifestation goal and we say, wait, there's something even further that I did not recognize that allows that deepening of that energetic journey. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I just wrote up a relationship manifestation goal, and now I'm back to the drawing board. Exciting. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you guys. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, Minnie. So I'm part of the World Partnerships. And thank you as well, dear. Yeah, it's helping me heal without even having to be in partnership, right? And that's the thing about it, right? You don't need to be in partnership to heal, right? We often identify that the work that we do to heal is what brings us into partnership. Absolutely. And thank you, Fee, for the follow as well. No, you have to bring your own joy. That's how I feel about graduating soon. Oh, that's amazing. And sending you so much support on that journey, Minnie. All right, we're going to continue right now. We're going to get started on personal readings. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the first person read. Sorry, you will not be the first person read for. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for today. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. Absolutely, Kay. And guys, please thank our mod, Kay Megan, for all of their help today. Welcome, official. Thank you for also following us over on the place where we keep the videos. Do you have a specific question that you have in relationality to that one card, Kay? One card, please. Mm-hmm. You know, especially like there's something I'm seeing around that energy. They're like really like, I don't know if they're like wrecking, like it feels like they're like really deep in a thing is what I keep on getting. You know what I mean? Like I feel like they're almost in a space by which they're feeling like what's gotten into you, but I feel like it's like, and I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, this 10 of Swords, I got to point this out, like the 10 of Swords in its reversal, you know, I mean, I mean, I see the fact that, I mean, it almost says to me, I don't know what it is, but it almost feels like I mean, I feel like they said something to you, right? Like, I feel like I see you kind of working through something where um, you're being more energetically respective is what I keep on getting. And I feel like there's this like, and you see, like, as soon as I started talking, right, like I had to start clearing my throat upon it. Like I feel like they're perceiving you as being overly sensitive, right? Like that's the hard thing about it. Animal spirit guide. I feel like that's what I mean with like the cow energy here. Like, you know, and there's only I need to point this out. There are only so many. There's only so many times that you can tell someone that you're not comfortable with something. Is what I keep on seeing, and I feel like that. Like I feel like that's a lot. Like that's what I mean about it. Like I feel like it's something that you've articulated how you feel, and it's like if you articulate how you feel, and another person energetically persists, right? Like that's often what I identify, like the space by which right? Like I keep on seeing like you being like, okay, this is where we go our separate ways. And so I literally see a situation by which another person is articulating that by saying like, oh, right? Like I keep on, and I like to point this out, like, um, the mentality of saying to someone, if you can't handle my worst, you don't deserve me at my best, fails to recognize that we shouldn't be at our, like, why are you letting someone experience your worst in the first place? Is what I keep on getting. You could just not be like, and this is what we like, you just not be like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like that's what I'm almost seeing there. You know, like there's a little bit of that type of energy around something. I hope that helps you in sending you support. So I feel like you know, I think I feel like they realize it, but they're seeing it as you becoming hypersensitive. You know, like that's the hard part about it. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person that we're reading for today is Amanda. Is that what I wrote down? I'm sorry. Yeah, Amanda. Amanda, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody wants to get on the list right now, you will be the second person read for. I mean, sorry, why are you doing that? No, it's interesting because that's going to come up in your reading. It has to do with second. If anybody wants to get on the list right now, you will be the fourth person read for. Okay, perfect. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Before we continue though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. Okay. Oh, hold on a minute. And alas, thank you for the follow. Thank you for letting me know, dear. I will confirm that. User, hold on a minute. So I'm seeing here, dear, that there was something that failed to come through. So you might need to try to do it again. It failed on my side. Thank you for confirming, Kay. All right, I've got you here, Amanda. Okay, what is Cody thinking about us? Will they reach back out again? Guys, make sure to give Amanda some love. We reconnect in 1. Okay, 3 cards, please. Ooh. Healthy relationships can have conversations about where they're headed. We can talk about what we want in relationship without promising it. I keep on hearing we can talk about what we aspire for in relationship without promising it to each other. And the thing about it is, there's something, there's something I'm seeing. Like I want to, like, whatever this conversation was, better to have it sooner than later. Because I need to point out, it feels like somebody, it almost feels like somebody talking around something instead of about something. You know, it feels like someone talking around something as opposed to about something. So I think that's I think that's really important, is what I keep on seeing. Um, you know, there's also something to be said. Um, I feel like there's something to be said about, I don't know if there's an age difference between you and them, but I feel like I see somebody who sees you as very worldly, right? I just keep on, when I'm reading upon this, I'm just getting there's a worldliness about you, which another person finds very captivating, but also feeling somewhat insecure is what I keep on getting, right? It's like, it's somebody who's like, it's like their perception of themselves is what is preventing a perfectly good relationship from coming together, right? Like, I almost hear somebody saying to themselves, why would you choose me? Right? And it's like the modality by which they say that is like, okay, and so it is to a certain extent, right? Because there's a lot of I just keep on seeing, like, there's a lot of that type of energy around it, you know? Um, I need to stress this, which is, we don't. I feel like there's something I'm seeing that somebody's going through, um, in terms of like I see somebody who's trying to work on their own feeling of stability. You know what I mean? And that's the hard part. Like, this, like, when I read for energy like this, it can be very frustrating to me, because it's often energy that says, like, oh, um, I'm like, give me a minute to get my act together, right? Like, give me a minute to, I'm gonna try to, I'm gonna try to grow into the space where I can find the confidence to come towards you to a certain extent. But, like, sometimes, and I keep on getting this, like, sometimes when we see that, like, that is where the insecurity stems from, right? Like, somebody saying, like, the insecurity that arrives in terms of another person looking at their life as lackluster is what I keep on hearing. You know? Like, that is the hard part about it. Our lives, I keep on hearing, our lives are never lackluster. Our lives are beautiful. And when we build into that, right? Like, it's the space by which we feel, like, the space by which we arrive into that modality by which we feel very energetically confident in terms of being able to articulate where we find one another. And so I feel like that's the hard part about it, right? Like I literally see a situation where by which another person has nothing to hide about their lives. Like I see a situation by which you would look at something and be like, "Oh, that's beautiful. That's great." Right? But like like the space by which somebody tries to like I keep wondering like the space by which someone tries to stand in front of their life and be like, "Don't look back." Like don't look back there. Being like, "Why? What's behind there? My life." But like it's giving me that type of energy, right? Like someone who gets very like this is like somebody who gets very like touchy, like when you ask a reasonable question in relationality to like in relationality to their own experience, right? Like that is what I keep on hearing. You'll know this energy has healed when they're forthright. You'll know this energy has healed when they're forthright. And I want to give you some bottom of the deck on it. Yeah, there it is. Like, look at this. I want like the thing that's so I need to point out what we're seeing here, which is so difficult. Okay, so look, I just want to show you these cards to see how like it feels like somebody's creating a hurdle for themselves. Here's this energy, right? Being in a perfectly good place, but then here's the energy behind them, right? And instead of like instead of being in a space by which they're holding, like they're esteeming into the experience around them, right? They're looking at something in a lackluster way, right? Like they're looking at their life being like, oh, this old thing, I don't need it anymore, right? Like this old thing, I don't need it anymore. Being like, but that's your life. That's your life. Like, right? And so this is why I keep on hearing when we're energetically forthright, right? When we're energetically forthright, then we articulate upon we articulate upon the whole, right? We articulate upon everything around us, right? We're eager to articulate to another where they energetically find us. So I feel like there's something very significant about, I keep on hearing the message coming through. I feel like it's like you're definitely going to hear from them again, right? Like, especially with all these pentacle energies, like, it's not a question as to whether you're going to hear from them again. The question is how, like, whether they'll be forthright, right? And especially if the reason that the separation occurred was because you were doing nothing but asking simple questions, right? Healthy honesty does not honesty does not break anything that's healthy, but it'll break something unhealthy, right? Someone will break a connection very quickly if they're afraid to answer an honest question, is what I keep on seeing. So just be mindful of that, because whether they're coming back, like absolutely, but it's not a question as to whether they're coming back, it's whether they're going to be in the space by which they're going to like, don't, I keep wondering, whatever you were talking about, don't let that be a chalkboard erase moment. That was a bookmark. You return exactly back to where you left off, right? Don't let them erase whatever that conversation was and the space by which they walked away from it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and spiritual. Happy to give insights on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You have a great day, Kay. Hi, Source. How you doing? Alas, I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. Couldn't agree more, Eric. Hi there. Yeah, you might have to, I've got it on my side, dear, and it looks like it failed. So you might need to resend. Oh, Rouge, they are. I'm sending you so much support on that journey. Make sure that you're taking care of yourself today, okay? Sending you so much support. You're so welcome, Amanda. And Kiza, thank you for the follow. No problem, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Erica. Erica, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, friends, we are at 15K likes over on the clock app. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right, just bear with me a moment. Hi there, T. How are you doing today? Second call right now for Erica. Second call right now for Erica. If Erica isn't here, we're going to move to Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Excellent. We've got Avatar here. And if you want to get on the list right now, it's an absolute lovely time to get on the list. You will be the third person read for. Before we continue right now, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bull. We'll do that again after the next reading. I got you on the list, Ivana. Thank you so much. You will be read for after ANGELIC. And I'm going to pin up Avatar here. Guys, make sure to give Avatar some love. Okay. Excellent. 3 cards, please. So you've got another card coming through on this as well. You know, I feel like I see something really important. I feel like I see something really important in relationality to how do I describe this? I feel like I see someone who has a tendency of being really being profoundly hard on themselves. is what I keep on seeing. And the thing about it is, like, especially with some of that harshness, you know, I feel like I feel like there's some kind of energy by which, like, like, when one is harsh, the thing you have to recognize is there's the harshness that is intentional. And then there is the harshness that is unintentional. And the only way, and I think you know this, the only way to mitigate, to help to determine which is occurring, is in the space by which you say to another, right? It's the space by which you say to another, are you aware, right? Are you aware of how, like how you're coming across, right? Um, and I keep on hearing, we help each other heal. We help each other heal from crassness, is what I keep on getting, right? We help each other heal from crassness. And the reason that we're able to heal, that we help each other heal from crassness, is by navigating, like, the space by which we navigate something delicately is the difference between, um, like, the difference between something that we ourselves are very confident in versus how another person might be confident about it. And I want to point out, like, to a certain extent, I see somebody who feels very, like, they feel very secure. Like, there's a lot of security that I'm seeing around themselves, right? Like, it's not the fact that they're not saying something. It's not the fact that they're not saying something that they would not eagerly desire to hear about themselves. You know what I mean? Like that's the part, that's the hard part about it, is what I keep on seeing. Because the stability that I'm identifying here has to do with the confidence by which they navigate things, because they're also really strong, right? Like, they're not necessarily shaken so easily by someone saying to them that there's something that they themselves need to work upon. The hard part about it is, I just keep on seeing, they don't necessarily potentially realize how strongly, right? Like when you come across strongly, you know, with some energy, you blow someone's hair back, right? With others, like, the same energy that could blow someone's hair back is the same energy that could, like, knock someone down entirely, is what I keep on seeing. It's like that type of energy, right? And so I think that, I think in a way, um, like, I keep on hearing, have the delicate conversation, right? Have the delicate conversation, and allow that, like, and allow that to help you navigate, um, like, whether, like, whether they're in the context of being able to change, right? Because everything you need to have, right? When you have a delicate conversation with someone, either one of two different things is going to happen, right? You have a delicate conversation with them, and they say, well, that sounds like it's a them problem, right? Which is immediately, right? It's usually immediately the space by which you recognize that, it's a space by which you recognize that they're effectively projecting, right? Or there's the space by which they say, right? I keep on hearing, like, I can get better at that. Like, thank you for that information. Thank you for helping me see the possibility of improving about something, because that's effectively what I see that you're working through, right? Which is potentially, I don't see anything here by which someone is meaning to cause harm, but they might not recognize, recognize or realize, um, like I keep on hearing, like the power of their own presence, or like how that might energetically come across to others. I want to give you some bottom of the, like, I've already given you the bottom of the deck information. Like that's what I mean. Like the bottom of the deck on this here is, yeah, especially with this like Chariot card in its reversal, you know, the Chariot card in its reversal, and I keep on hearing the one thing you have to avoid, you can't have it both ways, right? You can't be really strong and then fall apart in the context of anyone saying anything to you, right? Because that is what we identify as, like that is literally the identification point of fragility, right? Fragility is strength that can't take, fragility is strength that can't take critique, right? That's what fragility is, right? It's not strong. It's not strong unless one can take critique, because strength is not, like strength is something that we work towards. So you might have to say, if you've already had this experience with them, you might have to say to them, I'm becoming afraid of having honest conversations with you because of what I see you do, right? You might have to have a conversation with them about the fact that it's becoming hard to talk to them honestly, right? Because if something about having to recover from an honest conversation, it can sometimes make us feel less inclined to have one. So make sure, if that's something that is occurring, that you're saying that to them, like literally saying, like, look, we need to address, right? Like we need to address the fact that I'm energetically afraid to have honest conversations with you if it's creating, right? If it's creating volatility or reactivity, right? Because we cannot, right? We have to be, relationships are healthy because we can have healthy conversations in them, not the space by which we're afraid or we avoid them specifically because, because of the volatility surrounding our honesty. So let that honesty, let that honesty fortify you, and potentially have a conversation about how important honesty is. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Avatar. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we're reading for today is Angelique. Angelique, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we're also at 20.2. I'm going to take a moment, too, to read over Avatar's responses, so just bear with me a moment. Let's see here. And thank you, Cece, for the follow. Grand Rising, how you doing today, Esteban? Excellent. And Kiza, thank you for the follow. Yeah, both are strongly present. It's confusing. You're spot on. Yeah, they usually come undone and then circle back in 3 days. But that's what I mean, right? recognizing, helping another person, saying like, look, I've noticed a pattern, right? Like being just like making them aware of the pattern to see if you can heal it. You're so welcome, dear. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list is Angelique. Angelique, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. And again, we are also at 20.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. If Angelique stepped away, the next person we're reading for today is Ivana. Ivana, I believe you already posted your question in the subscriber only disco channel. Excellent. We've got a dream coming through. Love it. No, it's not bedazzled. It'd be amazing if it was. All right, just bear with me. And thank you, Lovely, for the follow. Hi there, Yanette. So these are donation-based readings. We do 1-card readings, free 1-card readings for super fans. So if you'd like to get on the list right now, all you need to do is send the donation. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. And also remember that we also are doing readings here. We do highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, mind, body, spirit, and love readings. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes. When you send the donation, you can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. All right. And just a reminder, if you have information, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. Excellent. And before we get started on Ivana's dream, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. How are you doing today, Ashraf? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the blackbird. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And before we continue, we just pull it up here. Oh, interesting. All right, we're doing a dream interpretation, which you know what that means. We got to get the dream coconut out. I like that one. Excellent. All right, bear with me a moment. And I'm going to pin up Ivana here. In the dream, I was fighting with powers, and so was my husband. I was zapping blue energy, and round blue energy balls were coming out of my hands and fingers, which I think was my power. But it stopped. So I started touching my fingers together to try to activate it again, but it wouldn't work. And one guy with long silver hair was attacking us, but at the same time he was teasing me while fighting me. Then the scene jumped where we were at a house surrounding a table. I don't remember what we were doing, but there was a very tall guy there. He had a very strong accent, and I felt like he was observing me. Something fell on the floor and he picked it up and handed it to me, but I didn't really want to look at him directly in the eyes. Then I told my husband I was going to go home to the room to rest. And the room had another space to sleep, and I could see the very tall man there resting. I was going to close the door, but then I decided not to because I didn't want to be alone with him. It wasn't out of fear. He was just a stranger, and I didn't know him, so I didn't feel comfortable closing the door. Then the scene changed again. I had made a coworker cry because I'd hurt her feelings. And she was telling me that I needed to amend the differences I had with a past friend, someone I no longer want anything to do with. And I told her to mind her business, and she started crying. I left the house and sat down on a front patio with white fences. I was sitting there looking at the sky when a UFO flew by, and my eyes were completely focused on it. I could hear the noise becoming muted, like a buzzing sound, and I could feel the same buzzing sensation in my body. I was paralyzed as it started coming toward me. Okay. 4 cards, please. And more. Okay. So the dream's a shadow work dream, and we're gonna work through all of the different ways that the shadow work. Oh, there's more. Hold on a minute. Oh, apologies. Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. All of my communicate. Okay, wait. Okay, so it's coming towards you. It was above you, and then you saw a blurry, shadowy brown creature, small ones, on both sides of me, trying to tell me to go with them. And I told them and the UFO that I couldn't because I wasn't ready. And instead of taking me, I asked them if they could just teach me or show me what they needed while I stayed where I was. And I told them to take someone to take someone else. All of my communication with them was mental, like telepathy. And while this was happening, I could feel my body wanting to rise toward the UFO. And I felt numbness and tingling all over my body. Afterwards, there was like a news report where a guy had been abducted. And it seemed like when he came back, he became something like a politician. And that's when I woke up. Whoa. Okay, cool. All right. So the dream is it's shadow work dream, and we're going to go through all of the different ways of the shadow work that's effectively interpreting itself in the dream space. The first one is working through the context of identifying and recognizing um, what it feels like, that what it often feels like in relationality to um, helping to like navigate the nature of a relationship. And the beautiful thing that we see in this dream space is that you and your counterpart are on the same side, right? Like you're both effectively working towards, like you're both working in the direction of moving through things. So the whole articulation of what you're seeing, and I want to point this out, and this is the best part about it. Okay, the best part about it is the individual that you're seeing in the dream space um, is effectively like a guide, right? And the reason we see that that's a guide to a certain extent is because, right, even in the context by which you're working through something, right, it's the observation of potentially feeling, right, feeling energetically powerless, right? Like, and I want to point out this is the beginning and the bottom of the dream space, right? Trying to do something, but feeling like there's not enough, right? Feeling like there's not enough to allow you to be able to move something forward or to be able to be energetically protective enough. And so this is, and what's beautiful about this is the guide is effectively showing you in the dream space what your energetic fears are, right? And your energetic fears in the dream space is not feeling, right? Not feeling the capacity or the capability of being able to energetically protect counterpart, right? So we've got a lot of that that's effectively coming through there. Now, that we then see, right, the observation that you then move towards. And one of the, and one of the reasons I also see the fact that's happening is because, and I like to point this out, you're articulating in and the reason, and I'll show you why we can tell that this is a guide, right? Because you're articulating that you are feeling attacked, but you aren't necessarily articulating the fact that you guys were taking any damage, right? It's the observation of the feeling, but not the expression of feeling, right? The expression of feeling attacked, but not necessarily taking damage. So this is potentially, the guide is showing you that you potentially have a tendency of being energetically overly protective to counterpart, right? Which is why, and I'd be very curious, right? I'd be very curious as to how you felt that there was that energetic teasing that was occurring, because the teasing, right, would potentially have to do with working through, right? The teasing was the attack, right? It's a lot of it's the space by which the teasing is take that back, right? So potentially feeling anxiety in relationality to a counterpart that you know potentially is overly reactive when it comes to you, right? So that's potentially someone energetically teasing you, someone saying attack, attacking them, right? And then you potentially feeling energetically powerless to stop it, because even though you're the cause of it, you have nothing. It's like, you know, it's the space by which it's the space by which we feel provoked that isn't navigating how we would like something energetically addressed, right? You then articulated that you said the scene jumped to where you were at a house surrounding a table. And you said you don't remember what you were doing, but there was a very tall guy there, and he had a very strong accent, and it felt like they were observing you. Okay? Then you said something fell on the floor and he picked it up and handed it to you, but you didn't really want to look them directly in the eye. So, right, this is a continuation. And I like to point this out, like the continuation of you working through, and I need to point this out. This is why I like doing readings with my clients as it relates to dream work. We've seen a tall guy in your dream space before. And we also know the quality of their eyes, right? Because I've specifically read for you before. So I know why you didn't energetically want to look them in the eyes, because you've articulated to me the fact that you saw quality in, and I want to point this out, right? There was another figure in your dream space previously who was very tall and they had blue eyes. Okay. So it's like, and I want to see, like, and it's interesting too, because I feel like it's the energy being like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? Like, it's you being like, what are you doing? Right. So not wanting to like talk about it, right, is potentially, right, is potentially working through, right, is potentially working through the fact that, like it often, like, and I want to point this out, right? And this is what we, and you see how quickly, like, my throat chakra started to close up. like it's a little bit of that, and I need to point this out, right? Um, when another person, right, when another person attacks us, the quality by which we feel inclined to say they started it, right? Our guides don't like that type of. That's not a good answer for our guides, right? Like our guides don't want to hear they started it, being like, "What?" Like it's not. But the space by which you said that you're at a house and something was on the table, and you say you don't remember what you were doing, but there was a very tall guy there, and they had a strong like accent and observing, and then something fell on the floor, and you picked it up and handed it to you, but it didn't really, you didn't really want to look at it directly, which is it's the work by which we energetically observe, right? What our purpose is, right? And so it's working into the context that what happens, right? When another person is provoking us, we start to lose sense of our purpose, right? Because we get so protective and defensive, we forget what we were doing in the first place, right? So there's like that, like it's a comprehension of the message that's coming through those first two parts of the dream. And then you told your husband that you were going to go to your room to rest. And the room had another space to sleep. But you could see you saw another tall man there resting. And you said you were going to close the door and you decided not to because you didn't want to be alone with them. And it wasn't out of fear, but they were a stranger and you didn't know them. So you didn't feel comfortable closing the door, right? Now, this is a continuation of the observation in recognizing and identifying um, the intimacy wounds, as it were, right? And the observation of you effectively working through something is articulated or amplified via the energetic condition by which you yourself are working to heal, right? Like the a lot of the observation that we're seeing here in the dream space is potentially articulated by the presence of strangers. And here's the thing about it, it's very natural, right? It's very energetically natural to feel uncomfortable in the presence of strangers, because when you're working through the uncomfortability that we feel in the presence of strangers, it can articulate upon the fact that we don't know what another's intentions are, right? So the observation of you effectively working through things, and saying to a certain extent that you felt, and this is what's really important here, because it's articulating, and I need to point this out, this is why we see that it's a shadow work dream, because it doesn't necessarily indicate something that you're currently experiencing, but potentially having to heal from past relationships by which you felt energetically uncomfortable, right? Being put in what you would consider potentially hazardous situations with energy whose intentions you did not know, right? But building into the anxiety of being able to tell another about it. And I wouldn't be surprised if you said to me that that is a situation by which it would never happen in the present context, but it's something that you arose to, right? The guides are showing you a tendency of having to protect yourself in unhealthy past relationships because another energy, right, wasn't potentially looking out for you. So here we have that observation in terms of that anxiety point. So we're looking at this comprehensively, right? The first guide, right? The first guide showed you the energetic tendency of being overly protective for another when you feel like someone is energetically teasing, right? Like the space by which you say, like, don't, like your own tendency of like, see how protective you are of those who you care about. See how you've been misheld in the past by those who did not put that same weight of protectiveness towards you, by putting you in uncomfortable situations, right? So the guides are effectively showing you in the dream space the shape of the pain you carry in order to try to effectively heal it, right? And then you said the scene changed, and you said you had made a coworker cry because you hurt their feelings. And what did you make them cry about? Because they said to you that you needed to do something about someone who hurt you because it was bothering them that you weren't talking to them, right? So that is the space by which you recognize how far you've come, because you basically are identifying that says your compassion for how another person feels does not extend to the fact that you have to make yourself feel unsafe with someone who has hurt you, right? That is the extent. That is literally the place where your compassion stops. And it's logical for your compassion to stop there, because it's the observation that we would never ask each other when we care about each other. We would never ask each other to put each other in dangerous situations, which is what the guides were showing you that you've had to learn through your own experiences. Okay, you ready for this? You're gonna love this. You're gonna love this part. You're gonna love this part. We're getting to the best part here. Okay, you said that all of that happened, and you sat down in front of the patio with the white fences, and you were sitting there and you saw a UFO fly by, and your eyes were focused on it, and you heard a new noise being muted and a buzzing sound. And what did you do as soon as you saw the spaceship, right? You saw these little creatures come out, and they were like, "Come with us." And you said to them, "No, no, no, I can't. I'm dealing with something here." Right? I can't go with you. I feel very energetically inclined, but I can't. I'm trying to work this out. And what did you say to them? You said you felt like you were communicating with them telepathically. And what did you ask them for? You asked them if they could teach you or show you what you needed while you stayed where you were. And you told them to take someone else. The dream is what they gave you. You got to read the dream, and you got to read the dream in reverse. Right? Because you literally, the dream is the space by which you said, I need something. You need to give me something to help me with this. So the dream is, again, the guides, right? The guides showing you, the guides showing you and saying, okay, here you go, right? Here's what you need to recognize: the tendency of you becoming overly protective for those who are perfectly capable of energetically defending themselves, because you yourself have been placed in situations by which another person was not tending to your needs, right? So the space by which you've gotten very good at protecting yourself. You're very good at protecting yourself because you've had to, and the space by which you've had to learn boundaries, which is not the result of desiring to, but feeling the need of having to, which is why when another person comes to you and says, can you please put yourself in an uncomfortable situation because I feel sad about something, you're very quickly able to tell the difference between sadness and hazard, right? And what is the difference between sadness and hazard? Well, that brings you back to the guy that was shooting stuff at you. As I said, you said you felt attacked. Was anybody hurt? Was anybody taking damage? We have to qualify the way that we feel with what is actually happening. And so the guides are effectively showing you this dream as tableau to say, when you're navigating situations that make you feel overly extended, right? Being able to understand the difference between something that is sad versus something that is energetically hazardous is the space by which we all get to decide what that feels like. And our ability of being able to identify that is by being able to identify the healthy directions in terms of what would make us feel more comfortable. You got very good at that, right? Because you identified with the strange person in the room. You didn't tell that person to leave, but you kept the door open, right? This is you constantly modifying and regulating upon that to find the circumstances or situations that by which you yourself, right, you're very good at attenuating how to effectively affect situations, right? And you're also very quick to point out to others when they're being too presumptive in terms of how another person should help a situation. Because we should never have the modality by which our feelings say, oh, if you cared about my feelings, you would do something that would make you feel, that would put you in danger, right? Like we would never ask that of each other. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, that's effectively what the work of the guides were showing you, because you have to understand, like, you know, there's something interesting that we've talked about like your guides working dimensionally. So the observation or the understanding of you potentially having empathy, not only for like what you've worked towards, but also kind of looking at the space, right? Like, like I feel like you're saying to the guides, like the guide, and this is what I love about good guides. Guides don't tell us what to do, right? Good guides give us what we need to know, right? They effectively expand and expound upon things in ways that feel like they are energetically profound. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, right? That observation is what's effectively calibrating it. So I feel like there's a lot of that space by which the dream itself is the guide showing you and saying, like, look, we don't have to give you everything. You have everything you need in relationality to the experiences via the energetic shadow work that you're doing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we are reading for today, the list is now open. I'm looking for either ANGELIC or Erica, and I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You're so welcome, Ivana. I hope that helps. Oh, you haven't been here for a dream for a while. Underneath that, yep. Yeah, the teasing made you more mad than annoyed. And the reason that you were mad is because you knew it wasn't having an effect on you, but you were worried about the effect it would be having on another person. And thank you, Lala, for the follow. No one was hurt. It was just energy zapping. You're so welcome, dear. And thank you for the gifts, Hardy. All right, second call right now for Erica or Angelique. Erica or Angelique, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? And if not, we're going to move into 1-card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled, you can go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, then all you need to do is hit that subscribe button at the bottom of the screen, and I'll be happy, and you can also be eligible for a 1-card. Also, if you are a member over on the place where we keep videos, your membership also entitles you to a 1-card at this time. I got you, Yaz. 1 card, please, on how do they feel towards you. I got you, Yaz. Oh, thank you for getting on the list, Nikki. Okay, perfect. I feel like I see somebody that wants to respond to you, but they're trying to they're trying to get in the right headspace about it, is what I'm seeing. You know? There's a bit of that energy there. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Two of Pentacles. The Two of Pentacles in its reversal. How do I describe this? There's something I'm seeing. Like the Two of Pentacles in its reversal is like I see somebody who has their hands full, right? Like I literally see somebody who's like navigating a lot right now. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially the otter energy. It's like I feel like there's a lot happening around somebody, and I feel like it's the desire to get back to you. So like just be patient is what I'm seeing. Don't take it personally, take it profoundly, because I almost see somebody who is like work really like they're, I don't know if this is a busy time for them, but I keep on seeing someone who like does not, like they don't have a moment because they're moving in so many different directions all at once. Okay. You're welcome, dear. All right, and Ivana, one card, angelic. Two cards coming out. I feel like I see something. I feel like I see something really important. In terms of, how do I describe this? It's every time I read for you, and it's interesting too. I feel like you have this ability of taking on others' anxiety, is what I keep on getting. You know? And it's interesting because when we're very affected by others' anxiety, like their anxiety becomes our anxiety. And I feel like a lot of it has to do, like a lot of it has to do with how far you've come in the space of that dream, where another person says to you, like I keep on hearing, I feel like a past version of you, right? A past version of you would have had a situation by which someone said, like, oh, if you cared about me, you would try to fix, you'd try to go fix it with that person who hurt you, right? Like the past version of self. If someone said, yeah, like you're really hurting me because you're not talking to that person that hurt you. Like I feel like a lot of the past version of self would have navigated that with an over empathic state that articulated, that said, oh, how could I, right? Like, oh my goodness, like I don't want to see you in pain. But the observation, and this is what the guides were trying to show you, because it does feel like it was an angelic message, which is to say, you don't ask things, right? Like we don't ask each other to put ourselves in hazardous situations. So the observation of saying to someone, like, you see now, right? You see now how, and that's why even when I read for it, I started laughing, because you see how ridiculous it is, right? You see how ridiculous it is for someone to ask something like that, because they're literally asking you to hurt yourself in order for them to feel at peace or at ease, right? And we don't like we don't ask ourselves. We don't ask ourselves to hurt each other for one another. And if someone cared about you, they would never ask you to do that in the first place. But a past version of self would have potentially overly internalized that and felt horrible and said like, "Oh, what's wrong with me? Why can't I get over it?" It's not about it's the observation of understanding, right? The energetic information in terms of what it is that we what our portion of forgiving is. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, there's that. You see that two of pentacles coming out again, right? And that effectively articulates and states, right? It articulates and states that our love, like we talk about the fact that our love has limits. And the limit is that we would never do anything that we know that would actually hurt another person, right? It's not something that we do. It's something that we recognize. But often, here's the thing about it, right? The ego that's too within the self, right? Like, what does the ego say? If they cared about you, like if they cared about you, they would. And being like, if they cared about you, they wouldn't ask you to, right? Absolutely. And thank you, Nikki. Please, guys, we have another reading coming through, so please hold on the one cards. Two cards for Bridget on Counterpart Connection right now. Yeah, I feel like this is someone who's had old friends for a long time. I see somebody trying to learn how to make new friends. Like they're trying to learn how to make new friends. It's not easy. Bottom of the deck, yeah, especially with this Four of Cups and its reversal. There's something I'm seeing there. There's something I'm seeing there in relationality to there's something I'm seeing there in relationality to, like, I literally see someone facing the fact that they're not good at making new friends. But that's why I feel like it's the fact that they've had friends for a long time. But it's also like this is them stepping out of their comfort zone. Because I don't know, I keep on hearing somebody saying they're far from home. Like they've moved, right? They're further than they ever have been before. So I see somebody that's like working through something in that way. Thank you, Stella, for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Nikki. Excellent. Two cards on the, ooh, for Minnie. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know, I'm hearing like weather permitting. But like, it feels to me that, I mean, I feel like I see a situation by which you're energetically ready for it. I think that bottom of the deck, yeah, it's not so much that you're not ready, but it feels more about the energy around something is what I keep on seeing. There's something there's something very interesting there. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the frog energy. How do I describe it? So, like the frog energy, like it like I see you doing like being like off to the races, as it were. No pun intended. But it feels more like you having to navigate something that feels a little like not necessarily like organized properly, or I keep wondering like it's giving me a lot of that like confounded energy as it relates to energy trying to get things together or trying to work through something. So don't let that, like I keep wondering, don't let that affect, like don't let that affect you. Yep, Ivana, one card angelic, please. We've got the Nine of Pentacles in its upright. Oh wait, I already pulled your angelic, but I think it's interesting too because I feel like I do want to return back to it for a minute because there's something important to recognize. Hold on, let me get to it. In terms of, I feel like there's something about you feeling like I want to describe the space by which, do you see how authoritative you got into the end of the dream versus the beginning of the dream, which is the difference between being defensive, right? Between the anxiety of protecting versus being very clear about something, right? Like that's effectively what I feel like the angelic's trying to articulate to you. The solution to defensiveness is directiveness, right? This is how I feel. This is what would heal it. So make sure that you're not being defensive about things. Make sure that you're being directive about them. Excellent. All right, we're going to continue right now. Nikki, you are the next person on the list. Could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, like everything that was coming through felt like the issues were logistical, right? It wasn't feeling like anything problematic in terms of like you, like everything's great for you. It has more to do with the logistics of something. Yeah. Hi there, Nikki. And before we continue with Nikki's reading, oh, Rainbow, I didn't, hold on a minute. Yeah, let me go back. Hold on a sec. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Okay, apologies, dear. These aren't free readings, Ariani. These are readings for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Okay, well, one card. You know what I'm going to say about, like, our emotions do not ruin. Our emotions ruin things in the best way possible. Okay? As long as your emotions had healthy directions attached to them, as long as you are communicating emotions in a way that feels like like as long as there are directions attached to those emotions, then your emotions aren't going to ruin things. They're going to show you everything you need to know in relationality to how if another person feels the way you do and desires the same things as you. Yeah, your forthrightness is a gift. Your forthrightness is a breath of fresh air, right? Your forthrightness is a breath of fresh air. And if it's the ability, especially animal spirit guide, yeah. If you're doing nothing but being honest and direct, and another person tries to articulate that as emotional, your emotions are not emotional if they have clear directions attached to them, right? And so I keep on hearing, don't talk about them that way, right? You have to love your emotions, right? Don't look at your emotions like they ruin things. Look at your emotions like they're trying to build things, right? So I feel like in a way, this is a good opportunity of holding compassion for the way that you perceive your emotions, right? You love those things. So make sure that you're treating them kindly. Thank you, dear. And sending you support on that journey. All right. We're reading for Nikki right now. Nikki, can you let me know if like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Why would you do that? Why? Where's that coming from? Okay. I love it. I've got I've got more questions than answers. I've got more questions than answers, but it's fine. Nikki, what would you? Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer, dear? Okay, a general highest priority. Okay, I got you. And before we continue, though, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the cow. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Highest priority for Nikki, please. And I'm going to pin up Nikki here. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. And there are a lot of dragons in the deck, Moon. You have to be more specific. Okay. Whoa. All right. So these cards are wild. You've got double aces out here. And the thing about it is, I feel like I see you getting better at like the best way I can describe it is getting yourself out of a funk is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like I keep on hearing you're doing a lot of work. You're doing a lot of work in terms of healing. Like working through devastation is what I keep on seeing. You know what I mean? And I think it's interesting too, because and I think it has to do I think that a lot of it has to do with the beauty, the beauty by which you yourself navigate the world. I just want to point this out. It's most elegantly articulated by being able to identify something that is energetically curious and interesting, right? There's something really beautiful about the fact that even the way that you, the way that you perceive the world, by which another person, right, another person would say, oh, there's nothing there, right? Why are you holding on to that? And you being because it's very interesting when you understand the significance and meaning upon it, right? And I keep on hearing it's funny that you stated that before we started this reading, because that, to a certain extent, is your gift, right? Right? That you often have the ability of what others might see as what others might see and not even consider, right? They might not even think about it twice, right? That you can go through something and be oh, there's actually, right, there's a deep process there. There's a lot going on. And And I think that that's really important because I keep on hearing like, and it's interesting too, because I don't know if you're going through some kind of like, I've got one of your guides saying that you're going through a moment by which you're not sure what to do. And I keep on hearing, and the words that are coming through on it is instigator or investigator, right? Instigator or investigator. Because here's the thing about it, right? Because that same quality, right? That same investigative quality, right? Another person, like another person who does not cherish that about you, will see it as instigation, right? I feel like there's often those experiences, right? I feel like this is important because I keep on hearing there's nothing non sequitur about you. Like there's nothing non sequitur about you. So that the observation of you being able to do something by which you yourself are able to identify a quality of being able to pursue something and also to find a deeper meaning in things is a quality that you bring to circumstances or situations. And the hard part about it is when you're in that, like often those who are investigative will often feel out of place until they find their energetic purpose. Because often the space by which someone who's investigative is working through things, someone being like constantly in the space of being like, why are you instigating? Why are you instigating? And you're like, because I seek to understand, right? Because I seek to understand. So remember, like this might be like it's actually articulating that there's a passion here, right? Like there's a passion there and a place for that. And that sense of being able to articulate upon that, being able to effectively build into that even more. Because I keep on hearing the place by which your curiosity becomes, the place by which your curiosity produces product, right? Like the space by which you think about something, but then you share it with others, right? There's something really beautiful about that. And I don't know why, because I keep on seeing, right? Like, I don't know why, but I've got this little bit of a quality around you right now, which is saying, like, where am I, right? There's a little bit of this, like, looking around that I'm seeing around you in terms of what it is that you're hoping to do next, right? Like, I see, like, I can literally see, I see one of your guides, and I've got two guides that are just standing there going, like, they're like, when are they going to put it together, right? But it's like not in a bad way. But I keep on seeing, and I just keep on hearing like the instigator is an investigator, and like having an investigative quality is a gift. But often the problem is when you put an investigative energy places that it's not supposed to be, right? Energy is going to, what are you constantly going to say to an investigative mind? Why are you instigating all the time? Why are you instigating? Why are you trying to energetically provoke? And you're being like, I'm not trying to provoke. I'm trying to ask, I'm trying to ask questions. I'm trying to ask questions. Yeah, look at that. Healthy energy loves questions, right? Healthy energy loves questions. healthy energy healthy energy seeks to know, right? Like healthy energy loves questions, right? I'm glad you asked that. When you ask a question, the question you should hear is, I'm glad you asked that, right? It's the observation by which another person energetically receives our inquiry with delight, right? Because it's the it's how, right? It's like how we connect or how we build into things. So I just want you to be conscientious about that because I feel like, I don't know why, but I almost see, like, I almost feel like I don't know why you're carrying some kind of feeling within you about, and I keep wondering, there's nothing nosy about you, right? Like that's what I keep on hearing. And I like to point out, it's very interesting. I've got a guide that's being very clear on this. There's nothing nosy about you unless someone is dismissive with answering a direct question. That's not nosiness, right? And it's remarkable, right? I keep wondering, it's absolutely remarkable in the space by which you give someone the opportunity to articulate on something, right? And then the observation, I keep on hearing, right? The observation of having to pursue inquiry, not because, right? Not because one was not reaching satisfaction, but the space by which another person says, like, it doesn't it doesn't require clarification, or it doesn't require the need to effectively articulate upon it. So I feel like that, right? Like I feel like that's really important, because I almost I feel like I see a lot of that energy occurring there. And I feel like a lot of that energy that's occurring is building into the context of honest conversation, right? Like I keep on hearing, there's nothing nosy about you if you're having an honest conversation, right? It's the ability to be forthright that allows us the ability to be in the energy that appreciates that. So remember, I feel like that's important. Like your forthrightness is a gift, and it should be match it should be with someone, or in the presence of those who appreciate it for that. And I think you get that. Like I feel like you finally come into energy that understands that, but it can sometimes create frustration. Like I literally see situations by which energy has locked themselves out of your life by not being honest with something that they could have just told you in the first place, right? Like there's nothing more frustrating, right? There's nothing more frustrating than situations of that nature, like that's what I keep on seeing that's frustrating about it. Like, and it's like I want to I like to point out, like I like to call those, like that's like it's like the tisk 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 closure, right? Like it's the tisk 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 closure, which says like it didn't need to be that. It didn't need to be like that, but alas, it is. Thank you for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the second person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment. Oh, and Ava, I just saw your message. I'm going to be drawing for your card as well. Just bear with me a moment, dear. Excellent. Republic Services. Yeah, that's wild. Yep. It's a catch-all. Yep. It's a catch-all. I don't know what that is, Rainbow, but enjoy it. Yes. I totally said cow. So rude. No, that is me always finding something interesting. Yeah, I'm really analytical too, to see the beginning of things. No, I can see that. No, I do seek to understand. I'm trying to figure out what that medium is. Yeah, I'm always like, let me look at this. I need to know the truth is. I needed to hear this too. Thank you for also receiving this message, Fawn. Or in conversation to, yeah, like, let's get to the bottom of why you feel that way. Oh, thank you for also receiving this message, Nicole. Exactly. Thank you, Fawn. I've been told I'm nosy, but it's not, it's not nosiness, right? It's not nosiness to seek to understand the full scope of something. Yeah, I was looking for you before, Angeli. We were looking for you. Excellent. Yeah, it's like, why didn't you tell me this from the beginning? This is so accurate. It's my past relationship. Okay. Thank you for letting me know, Stella. All right, we're going to continue right now. And I hope that helps, because I keep on seeing, like, I just kept on hearing, like, you should look into that, is what I keep on getting, Nikki. You're welcome, dear. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for is Angelique. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 4 spots available today before the list close. I'm glad it helps. Excellent. So, Angelique, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Earth Dragon. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. Have a good day, Nicole. Oh, kitty. All right. And second call right now. I see it here. All right, if Angeli is not here, we're moving on to Stella. I saw Angeli pop up for a moment, but she seems to be gone again. So we're going to move back to Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Excellent. I got you, dear. Okay, perfect. And I'm going to pin up Stella here. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. Again. So we're going to do a read on an energetic connection as it relates to a past counterpart. And I'm going to pin up Stella here. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. Four cards, please. Three. I mean, the message that's coming through on this is, unfortunately, when someone shows you who, and again, this is not my quote, but when someone shows you who they are, right, we have to be in the space of believing them. And the thing about it is, a lot can be absorbed from the quality of a person in relationality to the context by which they articulate how they feel about feminine energy. And I feel like one of the things that you saw in this potential with this potential connection, bearing in mind that this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, is a dismissiveness and irritation to the fact that there were people beyond, that there were emotions beyond anything energetically physical, right? There are clear indications that this person only saw feminine from the perspective of how they themselves felt energetically attracted to them, right? Specifically in the space by which you articulated someone who literally said that they had a connection with someone because they knew they were there and they didn't have to apply care. And even in the space by which they recognized that they were hurting that person, right? The recognition that they literally told you that they realized that they were causing that person pain because the person wanted more from them, but yet they still continued to move towards them, shows you the level of cruelty that this person is perfectly fine occupying in their experience. Can you imagine that the callousness that one must occupy to know that they're going towards someone, that every time they go there, they're causing them pain, but yet they allow them the context of getting there with the hope, literally telling you they know the fact that the only reason that person continues to allow them to come into their life in a way that hurts them is because they hope that it'll develop into something more. And they're talking to you about it casually, right? They're talking to you about it casually, like it's just another like what do you, like and yet they can, instead of saying like I need, like, instead of caring about the protectiveness of not doing that to another, the fact that they can still go toward, and I want you to see this, that's why, remember how you said you couldn't sleep in the same bed with them? Because you couldn't do that, right? How could you lay in bed with someone knowing that you're energetically hurting them like that, right? Like the level of capacity of unhealthy, like how callous you must be to be able to sleep soundly while you're doing that to another person, right? That's dangerous energy. That's why you couldn't sleep. That's dangerous energy. They just told you that they don't care about hurting people. How could you sleep next to that? And then you also identified it in the space by which another person, instead of talking fondly about a past connection, they put a numeric value, right? They put a numeric value on how they see them physically. Again, how could you do that? How could you put a numeric value on a person? These are abominable behaviors. They're mortifying. So the context by which you said, right, the context by which you tried to energetically end something is logical and reasonable, because everything you were getting were signs that this was a dangerous person, right? That they're giving you clear indications that they do not care about the context by which they're hurting others, right? And so the observation, what did they say? They only offered you something when you were going to take something away from them, right? Which is what they do, right? This energy is never going to move. This energy is never going to move into healthy relationship. This type of energy never moves into healthy relationship, because even when they're in the best relationship they'll ever be in, they're going to be like, there's something better, right? They're always like this. Their eyes are like this. They're looking all around, because again, they just told you, they put a numeric value, right? They're looking for a prize. They're not looking for a relationship. They're looking for a prize, right? They're looking for a prize. Where people are not prizes. Let them have their prizes. And that in the space by which they said, and what did they say to you? They tried to do the same thing. If you let me back in, I might give you a prize, right? If you, right, the minute you said you wanted to end it, they started doing the same thing to you, right? They said, oh, if you don't end it, I might give you a prize. And that's even more despicable, right? That's even more despicable. The space by which another person said that they didn't want relationship until the moment by which you said, I'm not, because I don't want this. And then they tried to say, what if I tried to tell you that there might be a prize on the other side of allowing, because that's how they got, that's where that other energy got to in the first place, right? That's probably why that person is letting them in all the time, right? Don't you want the opportunity of potentially trying to prove to me that I should be in one? That is the most despicable sound. That is the worst relationship that you could ever be in. That is literally the bottom of the barrel as it relates to what it means to be in partnership, right? The observation of someone who is dangling the possibility of a partnership to allow access to what they should only have when in one. Bottom of the deck on this reading. I mean, you said you wondered if there was anything. No. I'll be completely honest with you. There's some energy when I read for them, like someone who's so far beyond understanding, lacking human decency or empathy. They're so deep in their ego. Like that is a long journey back. In terms of like they're looking for a relationship to scratch an itch. And the fact that they're not being energetically honest about it, the fact that we see a situation by which this person is making it clear that they do not want relationship, but they want all the perks of and advantages of having one without looking at the inconvenience of actually caring for another person, right? That is the worst energetic individual, because that is an individual who looks at the world not in a space of caring about others, not trying to build into the space of healthy stewardship, but the space by which they're saying, they're looking and saying, like they even articulated to you, right? They look for things, they look for shallow relationships. They're literally seeking the most shallow of relationships. They're only looking for relationships that impress. They'll end up in a partnership. And I guarantee you, the person that they end up in a partnership with will be an absolute knockout, and that person will be terrified of aging, because they know deep in their heart that the only thing that that person cares about is how they appear, right? That is the disposable relationship. That is the relationship by which another person is constantly going to be perseverating upon their appearance for fear of losing the energetic connection, who's literally at every moment broadcasting to them, I'm looking around for the number that's above you, right? That is a dangerous person. And your observation of being able to recognize that, again, maybe they'll heal, but not until they recognize that people have feelings, and we don't treat people like that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear, and sending you so much support on that journey. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. No, I mean, how could you? Well, and I like to point that out, right? That is the energy that has reached a point by which they recognize they're looking for energy that's inured to it, right? They were literally trying to suss out whether you would be energetically bothered by something, right? And even in the space by which they do that, like I keep on seeing like the modality by which you articulated your discomfort, right? And it's like the minute by which you articulated your discomfort and they only then tried to offer something to you, like that energy is never moving into healthy relationship, right? That's what they say to everybody, right? Don't you want the opportunity to potentially prove to me that I'm wrong, right? Like that's that type of, like that's the type of energy, like that's the bullying energy that you often see with someone who's deep in their ego. Yeah, the imaginary ice cream, exactly. Absolutely. All right, let's continue right now. No problem, dear. Are you ready? Excellent. Did you still, Angela, are you ready for your reading right now, Sim? Just let me know. Okay, perfect. Are we doing a general reading, or do you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, you will be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and spiritual. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And thank you for those heart knees, dear. I want ice cream. I always want ice cream, so that's fair. Okay. One moment, please. Oh, it's okay, Chrissy. I wasn't seeing that on my end, if it helps. All right, we're doing a general. I got you, dear. Hold on a minute. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's see. All right. Just bear with me a moment. And before we can, right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. Thank you. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right, where were we? Oh, I'm not sure what you're talking about, Sim, but okay, hold on a minute. Got it. All right, so we're doing a general. Okay, I'll pin you up here. Gotcha. All right, bear with me a moment. Can I get 4 cards, please? For Angelique, highest priority messages from Spirit. And 2 more. Thank you. All right, and 1 more, please. Let's see. So, you know, there's a lot of this. I feel like I've got like 3 different things around you right now that feel overly complicated, is what I keep on getting. And we're going to talk about each one because, and I feel like a lot of it has to do, like the question that you need to be asking yourself right now, in terms of like how you're trying to navigate a situations, is whether the energy around you prioritizes peace the same way that you do. Because it's interesting because like the thing I keep on identifying has to do with like I keep on hearing bored energy is desperate for intrigue, is what I keep on getting. Bored energy is desperate for intrigue. So be very conscientious if there's someone who's articulating upon the fact that they're bored. How can you be bored? I keep on hearing like, how can you be bored at a time like this? Is what I keep on getting. Like I keep on hearing like bored is often, I keep on hearing bored is boorish, right? Like bored is boorish. And the reason I keep on hearing bored is boorish is because with so many things occurring, right? Like with so much, with so many different energetic directions to effectively move oneself into, the space by which one looks at the world with a sense of banality can often be expressive to a lack of energetic empathy, is what I keep on hearing. So I want you to be really conscientious about that, because I don't know why, but the word that keeps on coming through as I'm reading for you right now is the word bored, right? Because and I keep like and like the other thing I'm hearing too is like bored is no excuse for things, you know? Like the observation of being able to work through something, but not just the observation of working through it, but the space by which another person is working. I keep on getting like working to energetically heal upon something is also the space by which we articulate fully what it is that we're dealing with, right? And so I keep on seeing that I feel like it's almost hard because I see you like operating on all cylinders, right? Like I feel like I would be very surprised. You probably don't even know what bored means, right? Because I see you like just like doing, right? And the thing about it is, and that's what I mean in terms, you're never gonna get along with bored energy. You are never gonna get along with bored energy. And that's okay, right? It's okay for you to recognize and acknowledge that you're never gonna get along with bored energy because I see you working tirelessly through things. I see you throwing yourself into things um, because, right, because that's like the shape and nature of your own heart space. The observation, right, if another person um, potentially perceives that, but not just the fact that they perceive it, but they work into the context of like I just keep on hearing like, you know what I mean? Like it's giving me like energy that doesn't want to have a relationship that goes anywhere, but just adds a little intrigue to their experience. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me some of the nature of these like I keep on hearing like these relationships. I was reading upon this before, right? Like all talking. I keep hearing all be wary of all talking and no walking in relationships because those who are addicted to longing desire all talking, no walking, right? Which is almost like the space by which it looks like it's the space by which they're looking, uh, like they're looking to like they're not looking so much to like move towards something so much as they're looking to someone to talk to is what I keep on getting. You know, like the space by which another person just like I keep on hearing like endlessly wants to talk but doesn't necessarily want to meet. Just be really conscientious about that right now because and I think that it's interesting because I've got three, and when I said I got three different things happening around you right now, I've got one person that feels like something has happened. Now they can finally talk to you, right? Like the air between you and them is finally clear enough to talk. So I feel like that is the space by which talking is absolutely like that makes sense, right? I see other energy. I see one person that isn't talking to you, hoping that you'll change your tune on something. And I like to point this out. It's really rude. It's really rude to try to use silence to change tunes. That's the sound of someone locking themselves out of your life. Because the space by which, like this is like the space by which another person feels like that works is often articulating how toxic they are because it's not like our silence Our silence should not be the space by which we're expecting something to change. It's the observation that something isn't. And the third thing I'm seeing is potentially trying to build into healthy relationship right now, but having to navigate. I keep on hearing a lot of this like energy that potentially wants to talk a lot, right? Like wants to talk a lot. And I just keep on hearing the same message. We don't need to build up our confidence to meet, is what I keep on hearing, right? We don't have to build up our confidence to meet, which articulates, it says we do everything we can to recognize and prioritize that we feel energetically like that we're working towards a space of mutual alignment and safety. But then, like, we don't, like, I keep on hearing, like, we don't build into, like, we don't overly invest in conversation before we find physical presence in each other. And I keep on hearing that's not about rushing processes. It's understanding that some energy loves to talk but never wants to walk, which is the energy that's looking like potentially someone who's looking for a cerebral relationship, right? And a cerebral relationship is not the sum of a relationship. A healthy relationship is the cerebral and the terrestrial that effectively come together. So, bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, especially with this Seven of Wands in its reversal, I feel like there's something about that there that is that's important, and I feel like even more so that importance has a lot to do, like it has a lot to do with making sure that you and another person are on the same page as it relates to the manifestation goals. So make sure that you're talking to someone, being like, look, this is what I want. Are you, I keep on hearing like, is that something you want too or not? Because if this is a situation by which another person tries to like hem and haw about what they're energetically seeking, like your forthrightness is a gift. And if another person like experiences that forthrightness with like, I keep on getting oh, like none of this like you've talked me into it energy, right? Like that's what I keep on getting around something, being like, you don't have to take, like you should not allow any energy around you that feels like they're coming towards, like I keep on hearing there's no talking into in healthy partnership. So just be mindful of that because I feel like that's really important right now. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And thank you, Nicole, for the follow. Yeah, you saw that Five of Pentacles reversed. Oh, and guys, please remember, readers don't ask you to message them for readings. Absolutely. Got you, dear. All right. Final call right now for anybody who'd like a reading, or if there's anyone who has not had a one card yet who would like a one card today, you can just go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a super fan in order to receive a one card, all you need to do is hit that super fan button at the bottom of the screen, and that will entitle you to a one card as well. Just a reminder as well, I will be back on tomorrow at our standard time, which will be 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to get on the list for tomorrow, you will have first priority in reading, so you'll be read for before we start the daily collective. I've got you, dear. One card for Chrissy on connection, please. I feel like I see someone who has some kind of deep, I see someone who's deeply in desire for I feel like I see someone looking at their past with a deepened sense of clarity, is what I keep on getting. Bottom of the deck, yeah, like it's giving me a lot of energy in terms of like having a hard look at something in the way by which they themselves are, like, I feel like even like in the context of their, like, how do I describe this? Like the context by which we often like judge things, or we're too hasty with our judgments, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide, yeah, particularly with that salmon energy. Um, I feel like there's something to be said about someone, like I keep on hearing like identifying the difficulty of being hasty in our judgments, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much. All right, as I mentioned, we will be back on tomorrow at our standard time. If you would like to get on the list, um, I dream your subscription has expired. So if you would like to become a superfan, you just need to hit the superfan down there, and you'll be eligible for a superfan status. You're welcome, dear. Yep. All right, as I mentioned, I got you. One card message on healing journey for Ava. I feel like I see something very important in relationality to the energy that we're currently experiencing. So one of the things to recognize right now in relationality to this energy is it can it can often feel like, especially coming out of the eclipse cycles, like there's a lot of that energetic heaviness or a lot of that frustration as it relates to progress. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly with this Justice card at the bottom of the deck, like, I mean, the Judgment card. I want you to kind of reaffirm and center yourself in terms of the work, in terms of identifying that you're exactly where you need to be, right? I don't want you getting overly focused on the past or the future right now. I just want you staying very energetically grounded in the present, because that ability of effectively being grounded in the present is effectively helping you to identify and recognize what it is that you're trying to do, but not just what it is you're trying to do, how you're trying to do something differently, right? There's something really, and I think it's interesting too, because I feel like there's some kind of connection in relationality to feeling there's some kind of anxiety arising in relationality to the past. But I'm going to give you the animal spirit guide card right now. Yeah, particularly with this dog energy. How do I describe this? The dog energy is helping us identify and recognize the force of our intention, right? So I think that this is a really good time for you to be like working on manifesting, or not just working on manifesting, being very clear in terms of what it is that would specifically help at this time, right? Building into the context in terms of what you would prefer or what needs to effectively change. And I feel like don't look at doing anything that feels like it's like, don't try to do something that feels like it's like, don't overly change, but recognizing how you're going to change in incremental ways that's going to build into that sense of and I keep on getting, it's interesting too, because there's something coming through right now for you about locationality, or trying to determine where you hope to be or where you hope to go, is what I keep on getting. Thank you, dear. All right, as I mentioned, we are going to get started. Oh, how you doing, Lisa? I got you, dear. Oh, you want a drawing. Okay, can you give me, I need the date. I just need the date that you want it, dear. So if you give me the date, Jean, I can definitely see if I can find it. Perfect. Okay. No, I see you, Simp. One moment, please. I was just trying to get that. All right, we got a card for Lisa. How can I assist my soul within this world? Oh, what a beautiful way of describing that. I think that the way that you can assist is not grieving the loss, right? Recognize and identify, right? Recognize and identify how you can work to prioritize that, right? So something that you're seeing there or something that you're working to change that allows you to effectively heal it. There's something very, I feel like there's something very profound there, specifically with the Ten of Swords. A lot, like the Ten of Swords energy, identifies, like it's saying to me, don't be in an all hope is lost kind of mentality to things, right? You are the force of change. So your ability of identifying how you can effectively work towards that is what's allowing something to heal, right? You're exactly where you need to be. So don't think about grieving, think about delivering. Animal spirit guide, yeah, specifically with the boar energy, right? Like not being in a space of mourning, but actively working towards something. And Simp, in terms of the week ahead, please. I feel like there's something I see and identify you're doing in relationality to, I just keep on seeing, I feel like this is you having to navigate confused energy, right? And I feel like it's the space where you say to another person that, we don't come to each other in a confused state. We come to each other in a clear state because it's not our responsibility. Yeah, I keep on hearing like, it's not your responsibility to help another person through their confusion, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like you are not the testing ground for another person to work out their confusion. Yeah, that blank manifestation, right? Thank you. February 16th, let me just confirm that, dear. I'm not seeing anything on the 16th. There you are. Hold on a minute. Okay, so I see you on the 13th. So if you'd like to have that reading now, I'm happy to have that reading for you. Just let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we've got 3 more spots today. If anyone else would care to get on the list, you will be the next person read for. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You got the blackbird. Thank you for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Jean here. Guys, make sure to give Jean some love. 3 cards, angel, general angelic guidance, please. And thank you for getting on the list, Bridget. You'll be read for after Jeannie. And if anybody else wants to get on the list today, we've got 2 spots available before the list will be closed. You know, I feel like I see some kind of situation, or, you know, there's something that I'm seeing here that it has to do with like what you can help with versus what is and is not your responsibility, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something really important there, because I feel like I'm identifying, right? Like I'm identifying a lot of energy around you that has to do with like, how do I describe this? It's working through the context of it's working through the context of our own ability to like identify and work through things. And that this magician that I'm seeing in its reversal is often when we see a magician in its reversal, it can often be the space by which another person is like asking for something or offering something, but isn't being completely clear in terms of what it is that they energetically need from us. So I want you to understand, like, the message is coming through on this is when we want something that is healthy, right? Like it's the space by which it's the space by which we navigate that conversation. And I feel like it's hard because I see you, right? I see you in partnership with someone. Like you and them get it, right? Like I see a situation between you and another person that, like, how easy it can be with someone who states their needs simply and clearly, right? And that's why it's a gift, right? Finding that type of energetic connection with someone, it is such a blessing because it takes a lot of understanding of the self to be able to get there. And the hard part about this is I almost feel like I see a bunch of energy, like I see a bunch of energy around you that isn't like it's like it's giving me like it's giving me a lot of this like not like there, like the difference between the difference between looking for something and finding it is building into the context of arriving towards like how much we care about the self. And that's the hard thing that I keep on seeing, because there's so much of this energy that I see around you that, like, I almost feel like it's trying to help guide you through that. And some of the context by which they're helping you guide through it is potentially like showing you, right? I almost see the energy trying to show you those those circumstances or experiences that you didn't realize. Like, I almost see like the space by which you feel a lot of energetic demands upon the self without another person being able to articulate upon it. And I need to stress this, right? Trauma never asks for things, right? It's very convenient, right? And I need to point this out, that the shape of trauma and traumatizing situations is literally the context by which you say to another person, what do you need? I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. And another person says, nothing. I don't need anything. And then they articulate to another and say, they didn't do anything. Okay? That is a trauma environment. Okay? I want you to be absolutely, you got two guides around you. And it's funny because I know that you asked for an angelic reading, but one of the guides that's coming through is angelic and the other one's ancestral. Right? They're working in collaboration together. Right? And the ancestral and the angelic are basically saying that is not okay. Whatever that is. And I just want to describe, we need a word for it. Okay? It is literally the situation by which you say to someone, just tell me what you need. Tell me what you need. I am here at an instant. I am here in a heartbeat. I just need you to put into words. And another person says, nothing. And then they try to articulate and say, they didn't do anything. Right? That is not clear. That is not energetically fair. You've got guides that are aware of the situation. And the modality by which the modality by which I feel like I see you working through that is the amplification of helping you understand the full force of your own capacity to care. Because that should never happen. There should literally not be a space by which you have to go through, right? You should not have to be an energetic mind reader in order to facilitate care around circumstances or situations, which is the space by which another person says, no, 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 we're good. But in fact, they are energetically deeply bothered, right? Because that modality is literally how we create trauma in each other. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, so something to keep in mind as you move forward. Yeah, this is what I see that you're healing from. It's not okay. It's not fair. Your guides see it. They understand it. There's never a situation by which that's okay. There's never a situation by which it's okay to be in the modality, right? And this is often, I keep on pointing out, this is often what fundamentally breaks relationships, right? The distortion point when another person states, right? The distortion point when another person states the difference between what was energetically happening versus how they versus the convenience of trying to make another feel, right? Like the convenience of trying to make another person feel like they energetically did something wrong because they weren't going beyond another person's healthy boundaries. And I want to point this out. This is why it's important to articulate upon it, right? Because the space by which we say, right, the space when we our care should never surpass through our boundaries, right? Which is the observation of saying that when we care about each other, we hold what we say sacredly, right? The space that we hold integrity, which is the space by which we say our yeses are yeses and our noes stay noes. So the modality by which we honor each other's integrity by saying, if there's anything you need, you'll let me know. And if another person has changed the space by which they said during experience, no, there's nothing I need, and then they try to say to another they didn't do anything, that is someone who lacks energetic integrity, because it's the modality by which they're changing, right? They're changing in the context of what was experienced. So make sure that you're honoring your boundaries. Not only make sure you're honoring your boundaries, make sure another person is honoring you in the context of understanding that we don't put each other in those types of situations. Specifically because, and I've got two guides here, right? I've got two guides here. One is angelic and one is ancestral. And they're both saying it's not fair, right? It's not fair to be put in a situation by which another person is expecting you to energetically violate their boundaries in order to apply care towards a circumstance or situation. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are. Whoop, hold on, I got to give you that card. Yeah, particularly, yeah. Again, the page of the Queen of Pentacles in its transverse, right? Right. When we care about each other, we're clear with each other, because we don't want to put each other. Like you're wondering, we work not to put each other in impossible situations. Thank you so much, dear. I needed to hear this. It's reaffirming. I feel like you're so welcome. All right, as I mentioned, friends, the next person on the list for today, I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through as I was reading. We've got 2 more spots available today. If you'd like to get on the list, it's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and My Lio. How you doing today, Martin? Excellent. And Bridget, if you could let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. You're so welcome, Ava. And thank you for your patience on it. Ooh, we're doing a mind, body, spirit. I got you, dear. Can I please get, and before we continue with Bridget's reading, can I please get an animal spirit guide card? We're going to do another intuition check. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Leave the seal. Thank you. We'll do it again after the next reading. And guys, I pinned up Bridget. Make sure you give Bridget some love. We're doing a mind, body, spirit. Hey, Strikes, cut it out. I feel like I see some kind of situation. Um, what's with all this? You know, it comes back to this space by which, like, you're very wise. Like, it's funny because you were making the joke about being wise earlier, but like, I just keep on hearing the same thing. Like, um, I mean, and it's like it's a very interesting message that's coming through because it's the articulation upon, um, like, petty energy hates wisdom, right? Which is like, you know, and I think you kind of understand this, which is like, I wouldn't be surprised if you have a hard time talking or you have a hard time being around energy that likes to, like, I keep on seeing the desire to talk about, right, the desire to talk about people instead of concepts is what I'm getting, right? Like that there's something important about that because I keep on hearing the message is when we talk about people, we talk about them in the best way possible, right? And what does that mean? Which is like when we talk about people, we talk about them in the best way possible, which is like the space by which you say, like, you know, they're dealing with a lot of stuff, right? It's the observation of being able to recognize and value, like, the full shape of what another's journey is, right? And so I can see, right, that inclination of potentially, um, feeling disrupted with, I keep on hearing, like, it's really hard to be around energy that likes, because that's what it looks like. It feels like poking, you know, like energy that just likes to poke. And then energy that pokes will then, what will energy that pokes say? Why can't you take a joke? Right? That's what happens. Energy that pokes will say, why can't you take a joke? Because it's the modality by which the energy isn't being sensitive to the fact that it hurts, right? It hurts to be poked at like that. And the space by which, like, the space by which we identify and recognize that is how we effectively go about healing it. Um, and I think that sometimes, you know, the hard part about it is, you know, especially in the context by which you say to another person, like, I'm willing to, like, I'm willing to be present for something, but not wanting, like, not being, like, and I keep on hearing this, like, not wanting to be energetically present for energy making, like, deriving joy at another person's expense, right? Like that is the difference that we enter, like, that's what we see, right? There's a big difference. There's a big difference between talking about something with a level of care and empathy and even worry, right? Like the space by which one feels that healing, um, you know, versus those modalities or spaces by which we articulate something that, you know, builds into the context of feeling energetically hurt by it. And so I think that there's something really valuable and important there because I keep on hearing you are exceptionally good at being able to tell the difference, is what I keep on hearing, right? I keep on hearing you are exceptionally good at being able to tell the difference between I keep on hearing the delighted empathy that we bring to things by which we articulate and say, like, I love this person. Like, even like the space we say, I love this person. Even through their foibles, right? Like, even through their foibles, even through the things that irritate. Like, this is the space by which I express my love. Versus those, you can tell that versus like the wanton cruelty, right? Versus the wild wanton cruelty that feels more like energy that derives pleasure from making fun, right? And I keep on hearing that it's something about like it's something about lifting upwards versus punching downwards, right? And lifting upwards, right? The guides lifting upwards is looking at something that you're going through that's difficult and going, it's funny, right? Like, you laugh, like you said, like, you laugh because you have to find joy in it, right? Even though it's energetically difficult, right? Like, that's lifting upwards, right? Trying to do something in a way that amplifies the joy that you're trying to bring into it, versus punching downwards, which can often feel like that modality by which one is navigating something, like in a way that feels like, in the way that one derives pleasure in the context of saying something, but also effectively working through it to a certain extent. So I feel like there's something there that's important, because I feel like it's working through the shape or the observation of that work that helps one recognize and identify what feels energetically complete, or what feels energetically holistic. And it's interesting too that this is coming through the mind, body, spirit, because in terms of the mind, body, spirit, like it's saying here, this, like that's where the mind state is. The body, right? It hurts, right? You literally having to say to someone, it hurts me to hear you say that about them, right? Like, it's literally the space by which you have to say to someone, like, I can see you walking away, and you having to walk away because you say, like, I can't be here for that because it feels like you're doing it to me, you know? Like, the modality by which you literally have to say to someone, like, and this is what often, like, empaths have to say to people, I can't be in the room when you talk like that because I'm feeling it for them. We don't have enough conversations about how painful it is to be an empath in a room like that. Because as they're punching someone, the empath is in the room experiencing all those blows on behalf of that person, right? So it's the modality by which one recognizes and amplifies the space by which you say, right? Like, I'm like, you literally become the representative for them in that moment. And you say, like, I can't be here for that because I'm not hearing it, I'm feeling it. And I feel like your ability to communicate that is potentially going to help in some of those conversations. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and if, again, you have to see, I'm hearing it's empath problems, right? It's like the empath problem. When you say to someone, I can't hear you talk about that because it's making me sick, is literally the space where you say, you hurting them is hurting me. Because when the empath is in the room and another person is talking like that, right? Like, the empath is experiencing all of the pain on behalf of that person. So the modality by which you effectively potentially have to say to somebody, right? Like, and it's hard because often empaths will have to move away from someone who has who's constantly bludgeoning others who aren't in the presence of the self, because the energy says, why? I mean, like, it hurts to be near them. And somebody's saying, what do you mean it hurt? It hurts to be near them, right? It hurts to be near them because it's like you're experiencing all the blows on behalf of the person that they're talking about, regardless of the fact that it's not them that it's not you that they're talking towards. It's seeing the capability of another person to do so, right? So it's hard when we go through situations like that, because I can even see, right, your ability of trying to say to another person that it's real is the space by which you have to say to them, right? Like our words, like it's funny because it's like words hurt, right? The words we articulate, they cause pain. But the observation or the space by which we recognize and identify that, and I like to point this out, right? It's and it's usually, and this is the best calibration for it. I always like to point out if somebody, if you would be just as eager to say something in front of another person, then that's usually the right thing to say, right? It's the observation of understanding, right? It's the general joy that we find there in relationality to how we feel. So I feel like there's like I almost feel like don't I know that there's some kind of inclination there, but allow it to be a learning moment, right? Before I keep on saying, before you get angry, get instructive, right? Before you get volatile, see if there's something there you can do that will heal. I know it's not easy, but you get to decide what that is, and you don't have to repeat yourself, right? You can state it once, and then you can be present as to another person, whether they hold that with the same esteem by which you gave it, right? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you as well, Moon. Yeah, I don't engage in that behavior. Absolutely. It was a rough weekend. Absolutely. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, dear. Yeah, it forces you to be a bystander. I mean, Shazia, we have to read for it on a case by case basis. Like often the space, like I'm not sure what you're asking in relationality to that. Absolutely, and thank you so much, Bridget, for having that reading. I mean, we talk about this. We work to heal so that our love feels like love. Because when we don't work to heal, then it doesn't matter whether we love another person's energy. It's whether the way that we feel within is how they are experiencing it. All right, my friends, we reached the conclusion of our reads today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving these messages. I'll be back on tomorrow at our standard time, so 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to get on the list. Oh, I got you, dear. Yeah, final. I got you, Alexandra. You're just trying to understand the concept. The energy is high, or a lot of it depleting. You mean in relation? I mean, I need to. You need to give me more information in terms of what you're identifying there. Like you're talking in broad terms. Alexandra, one card, highest priority, please. We've got the Four of Cups, and it's upright. So I feel like there's something important there. I feel like I see you getting better in terms of being specific in relationality to what you're asking for. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, specifically with that Five of Swords, right? Like your specificity is going to help you recognize what feels like it's an alignment to you versus what you're walking away from, right? And I keep on hearing when we receive important information, we don't become emotional about it, we become practical with it. Thank you. Estevan, one card, highest priority. We got the Star card in its reversal. So I feel like there's something about working through the space of being able to communicate and appreciate what you do for another person. Yeah, particularly with this Death card, bottom of the deck, right? Like often the space by which, like, make sure you're having a conversation as to how you feel before you make a decision on how you feel, right? Like, see if something can change before you become reactive to it. And I've got you, Moon. One card on love, please. Take time right now. Build into, like, I feel like this is some time right now by which you're moving towards something. Yeah, especially with the Page of Swords in its reversal. Don't make hasty decisions. Just be conscientious, and patient, because something about that patience is going to pay off. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the frog energy. The frog energy works towards, like, not being too, don't be snappish in terms of something, because we've got a lot of energy moving into Aries right now. Think about form the words before you say them, right? Which is not just reacting to how you feel, but putting directions in terms of what would be better. Absolutely. Have a beautiful day, Bridget. Highest good general for Ella, please. So we've got the Nine of Pentacles in its reversal. So I feel like there's something important there. As it relates to helping, as it relates to effectively identifying and articulating upon, like, this is saying, like, this is literally, like, this is saying to me, like, if you've made someone aware of something making you uncomfortable, it's not your job to have to continue to repeat yourself. You know? Like, yeah, especially with this King of Cups and its upright, like, we can work through something in such a way that it allows the context by which we're able to identify how we help each other, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the otter energy. Working through energetic frustration, but not just working through frustration, but the observation that allows for the space of being able to talk about how we feel, that allows us to be able to feel even more feelings, is what I keep on getting. Right? Like, when we're able to effectively work through that, like, we're able to move into a state of deep profoundness. And I feel like it's hard because, like, I almost feel like there's something around something there by which, like, giving someone the benefit of the doubt until there's no doubt, if that makes sense. Right? Like, helping another person recognize and observe what you're learning together. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for all of your help today, Kay. I want to thank you guys. I will be back on tomorrow at the same time. If you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow, you can get on the list today and you'll have first privilege tomorrow. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of each other. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.